Those are your only two fears? Extreme weather and clowns? Hi, Melee. Is that right? Is it Melee? Am I saying it right? Melee? Oh, man. Just a second, chat. Where's it at? There it is. There we go. Emily? Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't see the E. The first E. Yeah. I didn't see the first E. Even though I've heard it said multiple times, I just didn't see that first E after it's. Emily. Makes sense. How is your Monday going? Hopefully tonight's not as crazy as it got last night. Last night got a little wild, especially after I ended. Yeah, busted my ass at work, then hurried up and got home to get on here to cover this. Yeah, 4 tornado warnings and 28 severe thunderstorm warnings from just south here, Des Moines, all the way down here to just north of Dallas. So it goes from south central Iowa, northeast Missouri, southeast Kansas, through the northeast into central Oklahoma and the extreme northern parts of Texas. Yeah, you don't get much wild stuff up there in Massachusetts. I mean, you get the snow. You get the snow. Yeah, if I zoom it way out, you can see actually how big it really is. Technically, it's up here, but this isn't nothing severe. And then tomorrow, this all shifts over to here. So, yeah, there's a lot going on right now, actually. Sort of. We just had another tornado warning that was issued. We got 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm going to start with these tornado warnings. This is the one that expires the soonest in Colfax, Nebraska. Switch to the single radar site. This has got ping pong ball size hail with it. It's radar indicated. Not much of a tight area of rotation with this one, so that's a good sign. There will be. So, but you can see how strong this storm is, especially right in here where that large majority of that hail is probably coming down at just to the west of Shire, Nebraska here along Route 30. There will be some stuff in Arkansas. Yeah. This is that area to watch, though, for that possible rotation happening right here just to the west of Shire. There's not a really tight area of rotation, so that's a good sign. I mean, the area to watch is, like I said, right in here, just to the west of Shire. So then we're going to move down to the next one in Texas. I'm going to go down here to Texas. This one doesn't have much rotation on it, so that's good. It may have had some earlier. Like I said, I'm running a little behind, so I didn't get a chance to look at some of this stuff before I came in. Yeah, there wasn't much rotation with this one, actually. Little areas of rotation that was coming up. So I do not want 50 frames. I want 7 frames. What's up, Queen Clam Slam? How's your Monday going? Let's see what reflectivity is showing. This one would likely be rain wrapped too. I'm guessing these storms are getting close to you. Oh, you're in southeast Kansas. You're south Kansas City, right? And we got 3 of them here in Oklahoma, actually. Extreme northern Texas. I'm going to just go here to here to here because these are all right next to each other. So this is for the town of Ardmore, north of Gainesville here. And here's the Oklahoma-Texas border right here. So it's just on the Oklahoma side. Radar indicated golf ball size hail. The Texas storm looks like it's dropping some decent size hail. Not a lot of rotation with this one either. So that's a good sign. And then we'll move up to this one near Tishomingo, golf ball size hail. So you got that rotation right in here, just north of Rabia and Tishomingo, Oklahoma, just to the west of right here along 377. We'll move up to this one where you can really see that rotation right there, where you get these bright colors, the red and the blues right next to each other. Sometimes you'll get like an orange or a yellow. And you get those colors really tight, packed like that, like almost in a circle. There's rotation there. That means you got wind going towards the radar and wind away from the radar. That's why you get that rotation right in here. In between Wapanuka and Colgate, Oklahoma. As it continues to move. It's actually tracking towards Colgate here and Route 3 here. Towards Lehigh and Colgate, Oklahoma. Tahlequah. Nice thing is there isn't really any CC drop. This you can kind of see if it's the radar's picking up any. Yeah, it is kind of weird. I'm guessing that it's spelled coal, like the coal, like black coal. Nice thing with this radar, this is where you can see if the radar's picking up any debris in the air, which we're not seeing any. Normally, if you do, it'll be like a ball of debris. It'll be like a blue, black area, like kind of like in a ball. A debris ball, basically what they call it. So that's a good sign. But there's some really strong rotation with this one. Right in here, just to the east of Olney. I do want to check the Nebraska one real quick. Still a little bit of rotation with this one. Not a real tight area rotation, but it's still there. What are your guys' plans for the week, since it's just Monday? I do want to see some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. See if these have any tornado possible tags on them. So we got this one here in Missouri for Clay, Platte, and also parts of Kansas. Work, Jim, work, Jim, work, Jim. I'll probably be doing this again tomorrow because, like I said, these storms will shift further east. It's like they include Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, southeastern Missouri, parts of Arkansas. Yeah, that too. This storm's a wind threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds with that one. If we go to Wichita, Kansas, Logan County, Kansas, we got 2.5-inch diameter hail with this one and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we got this one here in Cherokee, Oklahoma. Yeah, right there. That one does have a tornado possible tag on it with and 70+ mile an hour winds. Now this is the worst storm right here of the severe thunderstorms. Let me make sure. There's so many severe thunderstorms. Jesus. This one's in Oklahoma. This is part of that tornado warned storm. It's got 80 mile an hour winds with this storm and half dollar size hail. So even without a tornado, 80 mile an hour winds are going to do a lot of damage. So that's one. If you're in this big polygon here, be ready for some extremely strong winds that are coming your way. This is when it comes to the rotation for the tornadoes, this is the one to worry about for sure. Yeah, I don't know about the gym part for me this week. It's going to be tough with the storms today and tomorrow. And Wednesday we'll pretty much be getting ready because Thursday after work, me and the wife will be leaving for Dallas for the weekend. So we got some stuff we got to do Wednesday after work before we head out. So he looks like he is on some backcountry road. Holy crap. As he is actually getting close to where this rotation is. So you got that rotation right here, just to the west of Lehigh, and he's heading. Is he even on a road? Yeah, he's on a road, heading north to try to get in front of it or get near it to see if there is a tornado. One of these days, I'll chase a storm. This hail from this storm a little bit ago, when it was back in Texas, was dropping softball to DVD size hail. That's some big hail, right there with that one. Couldn't imagine getting hit by that kind of hail. Golf ball size hail hurts as it is. Do want to take a look at this one. So it looks like we're starting to get some rotation here, possibly right in there. Which makes sense. We're starting to get that little indention in the storm where that wind's feeding into the storm. But I think there is some storms out east too, but I don't know if any of them are severe. There was storms. I know there was some storms out in the Carolinas earlier, about an hour or two ago, that had some severe thunderstorms with them. But there's currently not any right now. So that's a good sign for the people in the Carolinas. I mean, got a nice little cell here just north of Greensboro. There's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. So the red boxes, I'm sure most of you know, these red boxes are all, that's one big area for a tornado watch. The yellow up here is severe thunderstorm watch. Tornado watch goes for another 4 hours basically till 9 o'clock Central Time, and the severe thunderstorm watch goes till 10 o'clock Central Time. They're in Iowa, south central Iowa, and north central Missouri. Yeah, so there's pretty good rotation with this one. I'm curious if there's what's gonna suck with this storm is it's probably gonna be rain wrapped because it's about right there. If I put that reflectivity, it's gonna be pretty much in that rain, so it's gonna be harder to see. That looks like a dirt road that he's flying down right now. Trying to see if I see anything. I don't see much. It's tough to see sometimes. through a camera feed if there's an actual tornado on the ground. Sometimes it's really hard to see those. But there's really strong area rotation here. Now, this is nowhere near as bad as it was from that storm in Kansas last night that dropped a massive tornado. Looks like there might be a tornado on the ground here. See how you have that little ball there, those colors that are really close together? Normally that means it's picking up debris. So there might be a tornado on the ground here just north of the town of Briggs in Eldon, Oklahoma. As you can see, it's getting closer to the Arkansas and Oklahoma border here. So like Siloam Springs, I think that's how you say it, Siloam. That's heading towards there currently. That rotation's right in here. Just looks just north of the town of Eldon. Nope, did not want to do that. Hang on, chat. Give me just a second. All right. Sorry. I had to fix something real quick. That rotation, it looks like if there's a tornado on the ground, it's coming straight into the town of Colgate. They're down 31, about to cross over 3 here. He's really close to it, but there's a lot of trees in his way. This is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold here. He's reported that there's a tornado on the ground, which there could be one like right back in here. This is where if there's a tornado, it's probably right in here somewhere. You just can't see it because of those trees being in the way right now. You can kind of see how it's tough to see. It's like lighter on this over here, but it gets dark and it looks like it's like right in here where that possible rotation's at, and that tornado is right in there. Yeah, so it would be somewhere right in here if there is one on the ground. We're not seeing a debris signature on this one either, so that's a good sign. I'm wondering if we had a brief touchdown right over here near Wapanuka. Right. Let's see something real quick. Because right there, we had a brief uptick in rotation. And then if we look at the CC, kind of had a little bit, looked like a brief debris ball there. I could be wrong on that. Yeah, he's coming straight in. So this is an observed tornado warning for this one that's coming close. As you see, it's pushing further to the northeast. It should go north to Fayetteville, Arkansas, based on its current track. But we will see about that one. As that area rotation here is just north of 62 right here. Yeah, still got that little debris ball here just to the west of 62 here. Kind of how it curves up and then back down. But there's still that debris ball right there. We do have a severe thunderstorms way out here too, in western Kansas and in eastern Colorado too. Near Cheyenne Wells and near Leodie, Kansas, or Nebraska, sorry. Just got some stronger storms here, nothing too crazy. I mean, this one actually has got golf ball size hail with us. Actually, it's a pretty good sized storm there. I think that Nebraska warning has been allowed to expire. Yes. So right now the tornado warnings are all in Oklahoma currently. Like this one right here is actually getting really close to crossing into Arkansas towards Fayetteville. So Siloam Springs and Elm Springs are areas that need to pay attention in the north side of Fayetteville as well. Fayetteville in general. We got that rotation right here over the looks. I think it's right about here, right near Proctor. Let me double check. So I'd say that rotation's near the Proctor area. The velocity's not showing it, but on this most recent update for this scan, there is not a debris ball. So there may not even be a tornado on the ground anymore with this storm. But I expect like they do have that severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Arkansas that does include tornado possible tag with that storm. I expect the worst of this actually to be starting really quickly. Between 5 and 9 Central Time is when I've expected the worst of the weather to be. Signal loss. So that rotation's pretty much right in here on that green area. So that's the area to watch, and there might be a little bit on the back end here too, based on the velocity. Area to watch back here. Worst case, it's extremely strong winds that are pushing with this storm out to the northeast. As you got this rotation right in here, just to the northeast of Colgate, Oklahoma. You see that rain's coming down, so it'll probably be rain wrapped. I think some really strong winds up here for this storm. That's why there's a considerable damage threat with this severe thunderstorm warning that goes way up to here towards Grove, and back down here to Prairie Grove, and back in here to Oklahoma. Because you got really strong winds with this storm. So area rotation to watch, like I said, is right here near Proctor. But honestly, anywhere in this line, it could probably drop a tornado just because it just gets enough rotation going, and there it goes. I don't think there's one on the ground with this one right now. That warning goes for another 27 minutes. As these two warnings that are overlapping each other go for another 12 minutes. Like, obviously, this is the main area of rotation here, just to the northeast of Colgate. Okay, so they just extended this tornado warning. You can see this right here. So there'll probably be another one because I have a feeling the reason it has that angle like that, it's a different weather office that covers probably this county. So we'll probably have another one issued here pretty quick from a different weather service, National Weather Service office. You got that rotation here just to the west of Cairo. You can see it is raining really hard, so it's going to be hard to see if there is one on the ground. What do you want to know? I zoom way out. I zoom way out here. There's currently 5 tornado warnings, which 3 of them they're all overlapped in each other. 3 of them are, and we've got 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. Sorry. So we got all the tornado warnings are currently in Oklahoma. You got the one up here just west of Fayetteville, Arkansas, and you got these 3 here that are all basically with the same system. And then we got one back here on the Oklahoma-Texas border, which this is actually the one to worry about in terms of the amount of rotation with the storm that we're seeing right here, just to the northwest of Cairo, Oklahoma. That's pretty cool. Where are you from? Looks like we're starting to get a little bit more tighter rotation with this one, just to the northeast of Proctor. Tornadoes. As they just continued, which like I said, I expected this area right here to have the tornado warning issue because different offices that issue these areas, two different counties. You guys don't get them there very often, do you? You guys don't get tornadoes there very often, very rarely. So this is also dropping golf ball size hail with this storm. There's very good possibility today that some of these storms could drop hail the size of DVDs, so 5-inch diameter hail, which is really big hail. So we still got that rotation here just to the northwest of Cairo, Oklahoma. And then I do want to check this one out, the one west of Fayetteville, Arkansas. That rotation appears to be tightening just a little bit here to the east of Proctor and between Proctor and Strawberry Spring, Oklahoma. And that will be very likely be rain wrapped as well. Well, so this is one to watch. If it keeps intensifying, you can kind of see that rotation just happening right here. Just you got that wind flowing in, you got this wind flowing down, so that rotation is starting to tighten up. I think there was just a new tornado warning issued here north of Pittsburgh, Kansas, and includes parts of it's on the Missouri-Kansas border here. Looks like that rotation's down here. It's a pretty weak rotation right here along Route 69. Okay, yeah. We got that rotation here just south of Fort Scott, northwest of Arcadia. And radar indicated with 1-inch quarter-size hail. Includes Bourbon County, Kansas. Thanks for the follow. And Warren County in Missouri. This goes until 5:45 Central Time, so another 23 minutes with this warning. As we're starting to see some rotation happening right here. I think we just had another tornado warning issue. Yes, we did right here. So this one's just north of this storm that I was watching, where the rotation is starting to get tighter. So you got that rotation for this existing tornado warning right here that's getting tighter. And when you go just a little bit further north, we're starting to get rotation right here, just to the north of Rowe and Toniki, Oklahoma. Yeah. As this is about to cross into Arkansas here. This includes the counties of Benton County, Arkansas, and Delaware County, Oklahoma. Yeah, it could be a brief spin up tornado with this one as it continues to push off to the north and the east. There, so Gravett and Decatur, Sulphur Springs, Route 59 there need to be ready just in case, because that could drop one pretty quick. So we are currently up to 7 tornado warning storms. Like I said, yet 4 of them technically overlapping each other here. There it is. I knew there was one issued here in Nebraska. Extreme southeast Nebraska here. Right here is the Nebraska, and this is Kansas. There's a state line right there. Got another tornado warning here just south of Pawnee City. We're getting some good rotation here just west of Du Bois, Nebraska. So that's another one to watch as this one's pushing northeast up towards Humboldt. This is a radar indicator with ping pong ball size hail. Includes the counties of Richardson County in southeast Nebraska and Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska. Definitely ones to watch there, as we're up to now 8 tornado warnings and 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to come check out this one down here. I think the only one that was observed is the one just a little bit further to the north, but it's not as impressive. But we still have some rotation here, right here, pretty much right where Brad Arnold's at. How you doing, Dragon? How's your Monday going? I keep wanting to say Tuesday because I worked yesterday. And he probably is in an area, he's parked right now. But like I said, this storm's going to be rain wrapped. If there is a tornado, it's going to be hard to see that one. That storm from last night after I got off, holy crap, that was a big tornado. I don't think any of them are observed currently. This one was observed earlier. The rotation actually looks better now than what it did when it was observed. Yes. As this rotation's actually tightened up over the last few scans. And then we'll watch this one. This one's got some intense winds with it. As this was one of the newer warnings that was just issued. As they're pushing 80+ mile an hour winds here with the storm. New Mezzo? Okay. Yep, there it is. I have Discord slightly open, so I can kind of see these. So for those, I know there's at least one person in here in this area. We're just south of Kansas City here. Basically, this area here down into extreme northwest Arkansas. Severe threat likely to increase over the next few hours with tornadoes, large hail, and wind damage all possible. What's up, Ghost? This area right here, from south of Kansas City, up close to the Warrensburg area here, south into extreme northwest Arkansas. The severe threat is increasing with tornadoes, large hail, and wind damage are all on the table for that area. All right, one of them just got confirmed. Omaha, Nebraska. You still got you got some storms just to the northwest of you right now. This one did have a tornado warning with it earlier, but Yeah, like I said, this is going to push to the northeast of Omaha. So you can see those storms are up there. You still got some little ones down here to watch that could develop into something. Yeah, definitely. One of these just got upgraded. I just don't know which. I think it's the Oklahoma one, actually. No problem. I think it was this storm. Yeah, this is an observed tornado warning now for this storm, for literally this section right here. Right here, for this section of the tornado warning. Is it observed by emergency management personnel? Um, Still some decent rotation here with this storm right in here, just to the east of 31 here, and in between 31 and 131 in the west of Wardville, Oklahoma. Looks like that rotation. Man, it's got you can see that wind just wanting to turn. You kind of see it right here. It's just turning right there. And then this is just going like this. Like I said, that could be one on the ground, possibly. I know Brad Arnold, I got him in my ear. He said he didn't see anything. And he said he was right underneath where that rotation was. So as this rotation's looking better as well lately here. The last few scans, this rotation's tightened up a little bit. I think this one's more of that's some really strong winds here, just to the west of Decatur, near Ionia, Arkansas. Here as it's crossed over into Arkansas now. I mean, I'd still wouldn't let your guard down for sure in the Omaha area, because, like I said, any of these storms could just fire up. There's expected. So I'm gonna zoom out here, show you as a new tornado warning was just issued. I'll get that in just a second. So you got the main line of storms here. They're expecting another line to develop behind it. So I wouldn't say just because just because this main line got past you doesn't mean that there won't be more behind it. And they do have a new tornado warning that was just issued, I think, in Nebraska. I'll go check that here just a second. So yes, there is now a tornado warning just to the northeast of Omaha for North Bend there. This is an observed tornado warning. They just upgraded this one. You can see that rotation like right in the air. As it's about to come into the town of North Bend here. With a golf ball size hail and an observed tornado on the ground with the storm. So I wonder if he's right under this rotation. He's really close to it. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see this here. Yeah. I think he's right under the rotation. It's like right in here. So appreciate it, Ripper. How's your Monday going? My days are all mixed up, chat. Sorry. What happens when you work on a Sunday? It kind of throws your days off. Okay. There's still some rotation here. This one, they did say this one was observed. I don't know if it was actually on the ground. Was it, Dragon? Or was it rotation or a funnel cloud, possibly? I haven't heard anything about it actually being on the ground. I said observed, but. All right, so we're going to move down to this southeast Nebraska storm. That's radar indicated. We got that rotation right here, still to the west of south and west of Du Bois, Nebraska, as it's heading off to the northeast here up towards Humboldt and Dawson, Nebraska. We got this tornado warning here just near Fort Scott and Fort Scott, Kansas, and Nevada, Missouri. Still a little bit of rotation here to the south of Fort Scott, just on the east side of Route 69 there. Come down here to Bella Vista for this tornado warning for the extreme northwest corner of Arkansas, which now it's just on the Arkansas side. Still a little bit of rotation here near Gravette as it's getting closer to I-49 here. Yeah, rotation is pretty intense with that one. We got this one here near Westville, Oklahoma, as it's getting close to the state line here with Arkansas. It's not a real tight area rotation. I mean, the most area of rotation would be right in here to the northwest of Westville. I'll come down to this one that is observed. It was observed by EMS, I think. Still some rotation right in here. Looks like Brad kind of went off that storm. I'm kind of surprised. He must not be too impressed with it anymore. Looks like there's some rotation right over the town. But, I mean, like I said, it's raining so hard you can't even see anything. If there was. So those are all the current tornado warnings. I know you said there's some storms firing up south of Dallas, Fort Worth area. We'll go check, see what's going on down there. Nice little line forming here from the downtown Dallas area almost down to just the north and west of Waco. Area storms to watch, see what they do. I know. And you can see they just kind of fire up here, right here. Fire up pretty quick. It goes from nothing to boom. Doesn't take much. We got a new tornado warning in Missouri, just for the town of Walker, just west of El Dorado Springs in north Nevada, just to the east of Nevada here. Yeah, you got a little bit of rotation here, just on the east side of Nevada. This is radar indicated for northeastern Vernon County in west central Missouri until 6 p.m. Central Time. So another 23 minutes for this warning as it was just issued. As it's pushing northeast up towards Eventually down the line, Walker, Fairhaven, Hardwood, Caterman, you're on the edge. I'd still be paying attention. Handley. And then down the line to Indian Springs and Shell City. You can see Kansas City's under a flash flood warning right now. They did get some pretty heavy rain today earlier. Actually, that's not that much. Half an inch to 2 inches of rain had fallen, and there's possibly another half inch to an inch of rain there in Kansas City. So low-lying areas near creeks might have some flooding going on there in the Kansas City area. Looks like he's right underneath. Oh, that it right there? Look at that. See it rotating here. Looks like we have some rotation there. There's a storm near North Bend, Nebraska. Got that rotation right here. Area to watch. See if it drops anything here. Like you said, it's pretty rural. There's a field here. You got a town, obviously, back here. Doesn't look like it wants to drop anything, so that's a good sign. If this rotation tightened up, the boy would have to worry. But man, this storm does not seem like it's moving. It's not moving very fast. This storm here in southeast Nebraska. It's moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Got a pretty nice storm that's getting closer to the Topeka, Kansas area. Ryan Scholl has this one, the Nebraska one, or the Omaha one. I mean, you can see that hook happening right here. So it's going to be right there where he's at, pretty much. It did issue a new tornado warning down here in Oklahoma for this existing storm. It includes Savannah, Hartshorn, and the southeast edge of, or pretty much all of McAlester, sorry. And parts of 69 here and 375 as well. Still under an observed tornado by law enforcement there in Oklahoma. I can't click on it. There we go. I mean, you got that notch here, so this is where that rotation, I would think, would be without looking at the velocity. I mean, it kind of puts it more back here, but based on radar, I don't see a lot of rotation here. I think this may have been a brief tornado on the ground with this storm. And this storm, the storm's almost outside the polygon, about to cross into Arkansas here. I mean, if that rotation tightened up, that would be concerning, but it's not really tight. It's broad area rotation with that one. The area to watch here is just to the west of Bella Vista here, as it looks like it just crossed I-49 here north of Hiwassee. And they just extended this tornado warning to include Arkansas and the Elm Springs, Springdale, just north of Fayetteville, Arkansas here. Like I said, if this rotation tightens up here, that'd be something to watch. It's not tightening up very well. It's kind of been a broad area of rotation. If it tightens up, then I'd be really concerned. But if you're in that warning, you should take cover. Because I know it did have a brief tornado a little bit ago. It doesn't. I don't think it does currently, but I mean, it's trying as it's pushing towards Trident, Norwood, Weddington, up towards Pedro and Robinson. So we are at 9 active tornado warnings currently. The one in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma is observed. And then, both warnings for Pittsburgh, Oklahoma are observed. So, that's this storm here. This one right here. Which, I mean, it looks like it's trying to get some rotation going, but I'm not too impressed with this. I don't think there's much rotation here. This is the more concerning one. That includes I just had a good view of this one. Our rotation doesn't look impressive now, as it just did, but there's still rotation right in here, crossing over into Arkansas right now. So this tornado warning goes for 45 minutes. Radar indicated for the towns or counties of Benton County, Arkansas, Washington County, Arkansas, and Adair County, Oklahoma. And they just reissued this tornado warning. We got some good rotation. Going on right in here, just south of Godfrey, crossing 69 here. They just reissued this tornado warning, with $half size hail for another 29 minutes. Includes Bourbon County in southeastern Kansas and Vernon County in west central Missouri. We'll check out this one here. Doesn't look like there's a tight area rotation on this one, so that's a good sign for the one. We still got this one up here. It's not moving very fast. Now you can see where that rotation would be at. He's right underneath it. Right here along Route 30, Highway 30 there. I think there's just a new tornado warning issue, chat. I just don't see it yet. It takes me a while to see them sometimes. Man, that rotation's still there. right in here. Big area of rotation. I actually don't know if it's dropping. Is this heading towards McAllister in Savannah? They're going to continue that tornado warning in North Bend till 6 p.m. Central Time. This storm right here. And the one just to the south of this, they're continuing as well until this one until 6:15 Central Time. They did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning up here just north of Lincoln and west of Omaha for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that storm. Like I said, this storm's not moving very fast. It's not moving much at all, actually. As we are now at 8 tornado warnings. I think the most I've covered at once, there was 26 tornado warnings. That was a wild night, chat. It was just nonstop. New tornado warning, new tornado warning. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. That rotation looks like it's trying to intensify with this storm as it's heading towards McAllister, Oklahoma. It's continuing to push up to the northeast, basically going up 69 right now currently. And like I said, this storm is going to be, if there's a tornado on the ground, you're not going to see it. This thing is rain wrapped, as it's about right here, right in the middle. That's going to be rain wrapped tornadoes. It's pushing up towards McAllister. He has a view of it. Jordan Hall does. Wish he was on here. What's he seeing? There it is. We got that debris ball popped up right here in between Kiowa, near in Pittsburgh and Blanco. Looks like there might be a tornado on the ground there, just to the northeast of Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. As this one is just east of Pittsburgh, Oklahoma, heading up towards Blanco, going down 63 currently. See that rotation right in here. That's Rhett. Yeah. It looks like there's possibly 2 areas of rotation here. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, that there's two areas, separate areas of rotation with this storm. Just the northeast of Pittsburgh and over here to the in between Ward Springs and Brewer, heading up towards this one's heading up more towards the Savannah area, and this one's heading towards Blanco and Bond eventually. Looks like there's two areas of rotation with this one. I'm also eating dinner, chat. I'm sorry. That's why I go off the camera every now and then. I mean tacos. Basically, anyone inside these two tornado warnings needs to take cover because like I said, there's possibly two areas of rotation with this storm. So McAlester, Hartshorn need to take cover now. Savannah, you should already be in your shelter area. Blanco needs to get into shelter as well. Bond, Craig, Alderson. So there's a ammunition plant that's near this rotation. So they just put a PDS tornado warning for this storm here. For this one right here, you got that rotation right here. These are probably going to merge into one possible tornado. Thank you, Lieutenant Dirty. How was your stream, man? They're coming in right as it got kind of crazy here. As you can see, what that picture right there showing is very likely on the ground right here, just to the north and east of Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. I'm wondering if these could combine. Dragon. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. There has been confirmed an observed tornado on the ground with this storm. I bet it was. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado was located near Blanco, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it's a radar confirmed. So yeah, you can see that rotation right here where this blue and red are real tight together. Right in there is where that tornado's at. Check out the CC. CC kind of sucks sometimes to read, but you can see that debris ball here, and it's still there. There's still a debris ball there. How high up in rank did you get? Good, or I'm assuming tough. It probably wasn't a great day for ranked. Plat 1. I'm still bronze. I haven't played ranked yet. I haven't touched ranked yet myself. Eventually, I probably will. So this is definitely the worst storm so far of the day, and currently, because we got that strong rotation and tornado on the ground that did appear to clip the northwest side of Pittsburgh here, and it came right through here. You running into Sarge? No, he didn't do rank today. And I think this thing may be rain wrapped. Yeah, this is going to possibly be a rain wrapped tornado. As it's that rotation's right in here. It's right on the edge. Very likely it's going to be rain wrapped. Oh, Sarge is easy SR? You think you can take him out easily? What do you think about that, Sarge? Huh? You need to... I don't know if he agrees with you. You see that look on his face? That rotation actually looks like it's intensifying. Right here. Right in here. Just on the... Just to the north of Blanco. About to cross 375 here. So... Indian Nation Turnpike there. 375 as it's about to cross over as it continues to head off to the northeast here. at 55 miles an hour. So it's moving fast. Compared to those Nebraska storms, which were moving like 20 to 30 miles an hour, this one's moving 55 miles an hour. Moving a lot faster. And got some extremely strong rotation here with this storm. I don't believe you. You'll have to prove it. And you can see it right here. If I switch to the relative velocity, you can really see where that rotation's at right here, with the yellows and greens are real tightly packed together like that. Still that debris ball right here. Ignore all that. Right in there. I think there was just a new tornado warning issued, chat. So it's for this Nebraska storm. Like I said, this is one of the slower moving storms, chat. It's not moving at all. See, it's moving east at 20 miles an hour. This is an extremely slow moving storm. And it's dropping ping pong ball size hail as well. You can see that rotation right here, just to the east of Du Bois, Nebraska here, as this is continuing to push towards Nim City. We still do have the tornado warning starting up here near North Bend. This is now radar indicated with lime-sized hail at this storm. Rotation actually appears to be outside the warned area. It's over here in the severe thunderstorm warning area. So that warning, I think, is about to expire, actually. Yeah, it expires in a minute. But the severe thunderstorm warning does not have a tornado tag on it, which I'm kind of surprised. There's still a little bit of rotation right in here. Not too good, but there's still some rotation there. So and we'll come down to Missouri because we got a few tornado warnings down here as well. We got the one here just east of Fort Scott. Got that rotation. It's not very tight. This tightens up. That'd be something to worry about as this pushes towards Katy and Eve, Missouri is just now crossing the Missouri-Kansas border. And the same with this one. This one, the rotation's not very tight. If this tightens up, that would be something you'd be extremely worried about as it's pushed up towards Donia, Pape, and Taborville and Tiffin. We'll come down here to the Fayetteville area. Not a really good area rotation. Right here near the Norwood area. Yes, this is like the storms in Dallas, south of Dallas, have yet to fire up and do much. There were some storms down here. We'll see if they're still down here, if they died out on us. Still there, but they're not doing much. This storm here in Texas, though, is dropping baseball-size hail with this storm. So, just to the west of Gainesville, Oklahoma, or Texas, sorry. There could be some areas there to watch for possible rotation with this storm as well. Potentially down the line, maybe. Especially right in here, near Munster. Look at that view. That's what he's looking at in his rear view mirror, chat. I don't want to go back to this radar site. That was kind of impressive looking. We might, yeah. So we got two areas of rotation. Looks. We got the one here just to the north of McAlester. Actually, probably going through McAlester right now. Yeah, on the northwest side of McAlester here. And then this one here, that's some impressive rotation here we got in between Savannah and Hartshorn, yeah. Looks like a big tree down too near this storm near Pittsburg County, Oklahoma. I think there was just a new tornado warning issue, chat. I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Kind of see it on radar from when I zoomed out. Here's the new tornado warning near Locust Grove and Saline, Oklahoma here. We got that rotation back here to the west of, in between Chatoa and Locust Grove, Oklahoma. Radar indicated under 3/4 inch hail. This includes Delaware County and southern Mayes County in Oklahoma. This goes till 6:30, so it goes for another 26 minutes. By far, this is appears to be our strongest storm currently. So I got a view of a traffic camera. So there might be, like I said, we got that rotation here. I think there's a pocket of rotation up here too. It appears to be dissipating a little bit, but there's some definitely. Very likely there's two tornadoes on the ground possibly here. Right here, near Hartshorn, and then the one here just north of McAllister. Sorry. This is why you gotta make sure you have the right radar sites up. That rotation's here. Ain't here. I had the wrong radar site up. That can throw some stuff up, chat. Got that rotation here. Got 69 and 375. And we got rotation back over here to the east of Savannah. So there's very likely possibly two tornadoes on the ground right now. So those in McAllister need to be taking shelter immediately. So I'm going to keep it on this real quick, chat. I did forget my drink inside, so I'm going to go grab that. I'll be right back. Yeah, there's probably some of that lightning coming through. Shadow in a lot of areas here. We got like two areas of rotation here. We got one back here and like one over here. They're kind of getting closer together too. That's something to watch. See if these two kind of merge into one. So how's everyone's Monday going? Except I'd say it's probably 60-40. I'll be live tomorrow. For tomorrow's storms, we'll see. I know it's still early. We'll know more probably tomorrow morning. And then Wednesday and Thursday look to be calm, as well as Friday. Might be some storms over the weekend, but I will be in Dallas, so I won't be able to break it down like I am right now, because I'm not taking all this with me. So I'm not going to be doing that. They just issued a new PDS tornado warning here. They're extending this warning out to include Quinton and Wilburton, Oklahoma, for 51 more minutes. See, I still haven't. I haven't heard anything about that storm yet, about the rating. I looked that up earlier, but I couldn't find anything. This includes Haskell County, Latimer, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma until 7 p.m. Central. So this goes for 51 minutes. The damage threat is considerable, and even if you're not in that tornado, there's lime-size hail with this storm. So, like when I pull up the reflectivity here, the radar, you're gonna see it's a strong storm, and it's gonna these tornadoes. If there are still two on the ground, they will likely be very rain wrapped and be hard to see as it continues to push off to the north and east. For Wilburton is in this tornado warning. Quinton, and you see some of the smaller towns here: Chile, Drum, Deeganan, Featherston, Blocker. And they just issued a new tornado warning down here on the Oklahoma-Texas border. You can tell the pink is Oklahoma. That includes Marietta, Thackerville. If I'm saying that right. This goes for 50 minutes for quarter-size hail, and its radar indicated includes the counties of Love and Marshall counties in southern Oklahoma. And of course, we're kind of a little bit from the radar site, so it's kind of tough to tell where that rotation is because you got those gaps in there. But let's see what they're saying, where this is at. Severe thunderstorm cable producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Lake Munster, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. I'm guessing this is Lake Munster here. Based on this, I'm not seeing a lot, but it's kind of like in that area where it's kind of a mess. If we pull up the reflectivity, I mean, I would say that rotation's like in this area right in here maybe, but it's tough to tell. I mean, an area to watch would actually be back in here. You got that hooks look like it's starting to form near Munster there. I'm guessing this is Lake Munster. It's not showing a tag. New meso discussion from SPC. Let's see what it's saying. Chat. It looks like it's for extreme northwest Missouri, extreme southwest Iowa, and then southeast Nebraska. So it's for this area up here, chat. It looks like it's right up to the edge of Omaha for this area right in here. Tornadoes, large hail, and wind damage will all be possible over the next few hours for this area. Have not checked out this warning in a little bit. It does expire in 18 minutes there to the east of Tulsa, Oklahoma. A lot of wind with this one. I think this is more of a wind threat than a tornado threat, but does not mean a tornado can't happen at any time with this storm. Looks like we might have had a brief debris ball there. Back over here towards Savannah. Let's see. You can kind of see it. Kind of came in there, then it kind of went away. So I think there might have been a brief tornado on the ground with that storm on the further one to the west. So as of right now, chat, we are at 52 total alerts. 8 of those are tornado warnings, 31 severe thunderstorm warnings, 11 flash flood warnings. These storms are not, a lot of these storms are moving very fast. We got, I know it says 8 tornado watches and 2 severe thunderstorm watches. That's kind of misleading with the way it labels that, because there's multiple agents, National Weather Service offices that issue those watches. So we do have a new tornado warning here, an extension of the one in Missouri, for Lowry City, Taberville, Iuka Springs, Johnson City, Chalk Level, Ohio. This is radar indicated with quarter-size hail with this storm. Let's check it out. So you got the storm here, pretty strong storm. We got that area rotation right here, in between Taberville and Pape, moving northeast here. So this is going to move northeast up towards Iuka Springs, Chalkville, and Johnson City, and Moniga Springs as well. This goes for 30 minutes, quarter-size hail with this storm for the northwestern St. Clair County in central Missouri until 6:45. It's moving slow. It's moving at 25 miles an hour. So it's a very slow-moving storm. You can see that rotation wanting to happen. There is very likely going to be a new tornado watch will be needed. So it will be issued for just to the west of Little Rock. Yeah, at least. So basically, for this area here, over towards Marshall, Conway here, just to the west of Little Rock. Hot Springs is included in this, to the west of Pine Bluff, Arkadelphia, and then pretty much right here to the Texas border. And then a new tornado watch will likely be needed to include parts of eastern Oklahoma and west central Arkansas for 2 to 3.5 inch diameter hail, 75, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, and tornadoes with the possibility of 140 to 170 mile an hour. So that was just put out by the New Meso discussion recently. So that will probably be issued here soon. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Clarksville. So yeah, we're going over to Tennessee, chat. We got a severe thunderstorm warning in Clarksville, Kentucky. Or Clarksville, Tennessee, sorry. Right there. And just 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-size hail are possible with this storm. Here just to the north and west of Nashville. I see there's some showers in the area. But it's obviously the severe thunderstorm. There's a chance of severe storms there today. Low end, but there was a chance. Kind of like last night, we had that random tornado warning in northwest Mississippi out of nowhere. As you can see, no rotation with this. Nothing too crazy to worry about. Like I said, there's a nice little cell here just north of Cape Girardeau as well. In Missouri, nothing too worried about. Probably just your typical variety storm, typical storm here. Now that area of the country tomorrow will be a different story, especially right in here, right in there. So I can show you that actually. I'm going to show you that real quick actually, because for the day 2 for tomorrow. So you can see that large enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow for this area. That includes Richmond, Kentucky, Nashville, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Memphis, Chattanooga, Dalton, Georgia, Florence, Fayette, Tupelo. And then obviously we got Somerset and London, which were affected by a large tornado Friday evening. And we got the slight risk that goes up into Indianapolis, just outside of Cincinnati. Includes Little Rock, St. Louis, Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama. So, then up into central Illinois there as well. Now, I don't. That was one I was watching earlier. I was kind of curious. Now, the tornado risks for tomorrow. You got that 10% area here in the yellow, but it's also got the hatch. That's what those red dashes, hatch risks there. All right. That includes pretty much that in same areas, the enhanced risks for tomorrow. Definitely areas to watch for tomorrow. So, let me get this off the screen. Yeah, we still got some strong rotation with the storm. I know we kind of walked away from it for a little bit. I do want to check out some other things. We got that debris ball right there. Right here, we got a nice debris ball here. Appears though there was a tornado that did go through Hartshorn. And you can see that debris ball pop up right there. Right there. And it continued to the just getting bigger and darker. Darker blue, getting bigger. Oh, we do have a new tornado warning in Missouri as well. Right here. Includes Nevada, Walker, and Harwood in Moundville, Missouri. I-49, this goes for 24 minutes. It is radar indicated. There's actually not a real well-defined area rotation. Let me see what they're saying. This includes central Vernon County and central Missouri. And possible tornado was located 7 miles southwest of Nevada, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Yeah. So yeah, that rotation's pretty much right in this area, right in here. It's where they're seeing that rotation at. We'll come back to this one because this one is we do have a PDS tornado warning with this storm. Tornado on the ground has done damage as it's going just to the southeast of Centerville, and it should say just southeast of Goen, and it's working its way up to the north and east towards Bowers, and then up towards Deegan eventually, and down the line. So if you're in this warning, you need to be taking cover immediately, because this tornado appears to be on the ground. There is some damage from this storm. You still got that rotation. You're closing in on Gowen and Bowers right now. definitely need to be taking cover. We got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued as well. Let me see if I can find it. This the one they just issued? So you got that PDS severe thunderstorm warning here for this one, a destructive storm. 3/4 inch hail with this one, and 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's extremely strong winds. There was a tornado warning. There still is technically. I think they're going to let that expire in 6 minutes and continue it as a PDS destructive severe thunderstorm. So for Colcord, Oklahoma, Grove, Oklahoma, Jay, and Bella Vista, you're not far out. You're not that far away from it. So I'd be ready for that as well, as that's heading your way. It looks like we're starting to get that second line forming on the backside here. Possibly, yeah. We're starting to get that second line. So you had the main line of storms that's still going, pumping out tornadoes and severe weather. And we got that second line that's starting to develop as well on the backside here. So that's something to watch as those storms are starting to build up and get stronger as well. And track over these same areas. We just had a new tornado warning issued for Gore, Paradise Hill, Marble City, Vian. This is radar indicated. Ooh. You got that just to the west of Gore and Webbers Falls, where that rotation is just east of 351 here and north of I-40. Right in there is where that rotation is at, chat. So that's area rotation there. That is continuing to track to the north and east here. This goes for 34 minutes, including Sequoia County, Adair County, Cherokee County, and Muskogee County in Oklahoma. This warning goes till 7 p.m. Central Time. So like I said, there's 34 minutes for that warning that is radar indicated. I'm going to move back down to this storm near our PDS tornado warning here. As that rotation looks like it's getting stronger, honestly, as it's pushing up towards Wilburton. Wilburton needs to get in shelter now. That's looks like a very large tornado possibly heading towards Bowers, Deegan, Wilburton, Ludi, Chile. Definitely need to be taking cover immediately. That is pretty intense velocity scan there. I'm kind of surprised that Brad Arnold backed off this storm because he was originally on this storm and he backed off of it for some reason earlier. I don't know. He could have. I know it's rain wrap, so that's probably part of the reason why he did that, just to be safe. So. Just a second, chat. I need to do something. I did hear about a possible train derailment last night. Checking some things real quick, chat. Gore, Oklahoma. Where's Gore? At this one? Yeah. I'm just, I can see the top of my head, chat, but there might be a tornado on the ground here. And they just upgraded to observed. Good call on that one, Dragon. So yeah, it appears to be a tornado just on the north side here of Gore, Oklahoma. That's crossing Route 10 and closing in on Route 100 there. Heading towards Nachitown and Redbirth, Smith, Box, Paradise, Ilocca Park, Black Gum all need to be prepared. It hit a school. I'm guessing this would be the school here. We see some really good rotation on this storm. Still there, but it's not as tight. That's for sure. The rotation is still not tight on this one as it was. It's definitely, as you can see, these colors. I pulled this one. Those yellows and greens aren't tight, so I would think it could still be on the ground, but we'll see how it does on these next couple scans. See what it's showing. Might be handing off. That's what I think. This might be having handoff because you had the original rotation back here. There's more rotation starting to happen up here, so I'm wondering if this is going to hand off here pretty soon. Handing off the tornado to a different location, which that does happen. It's weird. And it still looks like there's a little bit of a debris ball here on this one as well, just to the south of Bowers, between Bowers and Blue Mountain. We want to check. So there are no more tornado warnings currently in Nebraska. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings up here now. Quarter size hail with these storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same with this one. I said not. Then we go into Missouri, south of Kansas City. We got radar indicated with this one. In Nevada, Missouri. Not a well-defined area, but I mean, that a little bit of possibly some rotation going on here with this one. And this warning has shrunk down quite a bit. So they still do have this as a PDS tornado warning, as a radar indicated PDS tornado warning. It's no longer observed. So, but this is still a really strong storm. It could drop this tornado again anytime. The rotation's not as tight. It's not a tight rotation anymore like it has been when it had a tornado back over this way, back to the south and west of where it's currently at. And that tornado warning for Lowry City in Missouri continues until 6:45 Central Time. That's this one right here. Storm I haven't looked at in a while is down here, but the chasers seem to be coming this way, that's for sure. Yeah, multiple chasers heading south into Texas. There's something they're seeing down there that they want to push. I mean, if there's some rotation, it's right here just north of Thackerville here. And you got Storm Runner Media heading up I-35 to the storm currently. Nice view of the clouds. I mean, look at those clouds. That's pretty cool looking. He did not run a red light, Chad. That light was yellow when he got all the way through, so he's good. So, let me see. Not really a well-defined area rotation, but I'm assuming there's a reason they're coming down here. But they know more about this than I do, about what to look for with storms. Yeah, so you got a broader area rotation here. It's not a tight area, but that doesn't mean it's over. Could just be cycling and getting ready to possibly drop another one anywhere in this area. So this is probably our strongest storm right here in terms of a possible tornado coming down. But right now that rotation is pretty broad. It's not a real tight area rotation anymore. There may not be a tornado on the ground anymore with this storm, but it's very well drop one anytime as it's approaching the edge of that warning polygon right here. So we'll see if they. I imagine they'll continue the tornado warning, but it probably will not be a PDS tornado warning like it currently is. So it'll probably just be your traditional tornado warning. So like, so we still got this line. You can see where this second line is, by the way. Just looking at the warnings, you can tell that second line of storms that's firing up right here from Oklahoma City all the way up to southeast Nebraska here. This is that second line that is formed. And this warning's been in effect forever. It's like the storm's not even moving. Let me see. It's not moving much. So yeah, the rotation's even getting, it's not tight at all. So it's still a very strong storm that's coming through, even without the tornado. You're still getting 70 plus mile an hour winds, 3/4 inch hail with this storm. So, but this warning does expire in 20 minutes, but that rotation, the area of rotation isn't there. But it's something to watch as it continues to move for possible rotation redeveloping, which it looks like there might be an area rotation possibly happening again right over here. Just to the north of Deegan and Center Point, area to watch for possible rotation developing again. The nice thing is, chat, once we get past tomorrow, it's going to calm down, it looks like. There's, for the current days 4 through 8 outlook, there's nothing forecast. I mean, it doesn't mean we're not going to have severe storm warnings. Yeah, I see that he's been dropping down to Texas. I see that. I've been tracking where he's going. I see him right here, tracking further south, down to Texas to watch this area. So they did just extend this tornado warning. Not a PDS, like I said. I didn't think it was going to be. So they're going to extend this tornado warning. Radar indicated with 2-inch diameter hail, lime-size hail, as it looks like there might be an area rotation trying to get going again here. North of Deegan and Center Point here. It's an area that's the area to watch for that rotation redeveloping. There was a new tornado warning issued up here in Missouri. Radar indicated with golf ball size hail. And you can see it's kind of a broad area. If this tightens up, that's an area to watch as it continues to push off to the north and east towards Lowry City and Osceola. Osceola, I'm guessing. I have no idea, chat. So, so this is pushing like up this way. It's pushing this direction right through here. So down the line, Warsaw, Versailles, Sedalia, areas to watch as well as it continues to push off to the north and east. So when we pull the reflectivity, you'll be able to see where the storm is at. That's why you got that rotation right here, because you got that big area of wind coming into that storm. You can see how it's got that notch, almost like a beak. It looks like a bird almost right here with the beak right here in the green. So that's where that rotation's at, is right in there. Just to the west of 13 here, in between Lowry City and Osceola. I don't know, chat. Some of these names. We just had a new tornado warning issue. This is with that second line of storms. This is west of Topeka. Ooh, that's a tight area rotation right here, right there, just near Route 4 there, right here. That might be on the ground. And then you can see how it kind of got that curl on it right here. Okay, I need to do 7 frames. 14 is too many. So I got 7 frames. I want to see it. You can see nothing, then it just curls up. And then it just curled. Right there is where that rotation is. Check CC on it. Yeah, that's actually the next I was about to check, actually. This formed really quick. And there's a little debris ball right here, right along Route 4 there, east of Alta Vista there. As this is, I mean, if it continues on its track, it will push towards the Topeka, Kansas area. So if you're in Topeka, I would be paying attention. You are under severe thunderstorm warning currently in Topeka, but that is it is pushing towards the Topeka area right now. So, like I said, this has quarter-size hail with this storm, and 60-mile or half-dollar size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm in the severe thunderstorm warning area. But like I said, we do have that tornado warning. We got that rotation right in here. And you got that right here. That tight area, that red and green, right up to each other like that. So you got the stuff going towards the radar and away from the radar. That's how you kind of tell, chat. As you see this newest scan, it's not as tight, but doesn't mean it's over. So you can see in this scan right here. Yeah. We got that debris right here. It's a little bit there, but so this is something to watch. If this tightens up again, it could drop another tornado. Like I said, this is heading to the northeast. Hesdale is in that warning. Definitely an area to watch down the line as it continues to push northeast. I swear I only get hiccups when I'm covering the weather, chat. I don't know what it is. What are we? I'll make that picture bigger. That makes sense. Low level jet is rapidly increasing, and this is why we're seeing multiple tornadoes ongoing with the line of embedded supercells on the first line. Like I said, we got that second line that's developed, but I think this had a brief tornado on the ground. These damn hiccups are pissing me off. Chat, sorry. Can't get rid of them now. Currently have 5 tornado warnings and 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. And yeah, this is one I want to look at. This is radar indicated, chat. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. There is a tornado possibly on the ground here. That is a big debris ball here between Dry Creek and Bunch. Really rural areas. So this is probably trees that's getting picked up. And the next biggest, you got Lyons, Blanche, and Stillwell down the line that's got to worry. So if you're in Stillwell, so obviously you tell a bigger town here, definitely need to be paying attention as this continues to head off to the north and east. Even the people in Lyons, Blanche, Cherry Tree. But yeah, they got a big CC drop here on this one. And then you got that rotation right in there. I think they just issued that new tornado watch for Arkansas as well. It just hasn't popped up yet on. Yes, they did. So basically, the areas that are not currently under a tornado watch down here. So this includes the Hot Springs area, up to the Arkansas-Missouri border, Texarkana, and this area down here. New tornado watch has been issued out for this area. Several tornadoes are likely with this one. Softball-sized hail is possible with this as well. And 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible as well. Hang on, chat. That goes till 2 a.m., by the way. So we had a new tornado warning that was just issued. See if I can find where. I think it's here. Oh, that's nice. So this rotation appears to be getting a little bit stronger here. As you can see right in here, they did just issue a new tornado warning for this area. Stillwell. And there's crazy rotation going on here. I do want to check out. So it looks like we might have two possible areas of rotation in this area. We got one here and one up here. That's why they issued that new tornado warning for this area, for this rotation. And we saw the tornado warning for this area down here for this area of rotation. And they just I don't know if it's Elcom, but it's a handheld trackball. It's basically a mouse, yeah. What I use. How you doing, Night Torch? So they did just extend this tornado warning here from this tornado. It's you got two storms overlapping here, that two possible tornadoes on the ground. So you got that rotation right here, and you got rotation back up here just to the north and west. So you got two areas of rotation here in north and east central Oklahoma there. Extremely east central Oklahoma. About to cross into Arkansas, actually. We still have a big debris ball here for this storm here, just north of Bunch, Oklahoma, heading towards Lyon, Blanche, and then Stillwell as well. Decatur, Texas. Let's go check out that. That's down here. I did see that earlier. That was... I'm assuming it's down here. Because there does appear to be like a hook starting to happen right in here. Area to watch for a potential tornado that is not tornado warned currently. Okay, so yeah, Decatur, Texas is a little bit further outside the storm, but you can see that Hook's wanting to develop here. I did see a lot of video of some damage in Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. How you doing tonight, Torch? How's your Monday night going, man? So we have 7 tornado warnings chat currently and 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. Like I said, we got 2 lines of storms technically right now. So you got the bigger line, the first line of the day, this one here, and you have that second line that's developing behind it from up here near Omaha to west of Kansas City, down here towards Wichita and Oklahoma City as well. So we got 2 lines of storms. That's good. Did you lose power today? I'm assuming. I got lucky on Friday too. I had power go to me twice while I was streaming the weather. Luckily, I'm still ways away from the weather right now, so that's what a 3D looks like. That's a mess. I do want to check out that Topeka, that storm here. See if we're getting any rotation. There's not much rotation. There was a brief spit up with this storm a little bit ago, back when it was over here, and I think we had a brief touchdown there. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. So we got a severe thunderstorm for downtown Nashville currently, chat. We're at quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. Tennessee's just like, yeah, we're going to stick around. So you can see that. So that's a pretty nice looking cell there, actually. Pretty nice looking storm that's coming into Nashville right now with, like I said, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into the downtown Nashville area currently. I wonder. See what it looks like. Yeah, that is it's coming down pretty good there in Nashville right now. As you can see, that it is pouring down rain, and that camera is shaking. So it's pretty windy there in the Nashville area currently. Yeah, mine was too. I was doing this on Friday when my power went out. So you can see a nice storm coming through Nashville right currently. You see the rain just kind of blowing across because those strong winds. And that camera is shaking pretty good actually. I think this is a slow moving storm too. Yeah, it's moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. It is a slow mover. So it's going to dump a lot of rain in the Nashville area. Look at that. That is coming down pretty good there in Nashville right now, chat. It's just pouring down rain. And the wind is blowing really good right now. So like I said, that severe thunderstorm warning goes for another 32 minutes. It goes till 7:30 Central Time. Can't remember if Nashville is Eastern or Central Time. Yeah, so 7:30 Central Time for that storm. Like I said, we do have some. That's not what I wanted. We do have a few other storms in the area. We got the ones up here at southern Kentucky there near Russellville, and we got a couple little storms down here as well, north of Chattanooga. But right now, this is the main one here in Nashville. So we'll go check out these tornado warnings again. We got 7 of them currently. We still do have the PDS, but it expires in 1 minute, which I'm not too concerned about that. But we'll see how this does. It's dropping some lime. It's dropping some hail, that's for sure. Lime-size hail with this storm. This is the PDS. It's about to expire here any moment. Not a really good area rotation, so this rotation has weakened quite a bit with this storm. So that's good. We'll come up to this storm. It does have an observed tornado warning. Observed tornado, which had that rotation right in here. We had a little bit of rotation back here too. It appears that rotation is not as strong now. The Stillwell area is the area to watch. That rotation's coming into that area right now, coming into Stillwell. We're not seeing anything on the CC, so there's no debris showing up, so that's a good sign. You'll see it pop up. I'm going to run, get that blue ball that just kind of went right here, just right there, and then it disappeared. So that's a good sign. It's probably not a tornado on the ground anymore, or it could still be on the ground, and it's just in an area where there's no debris for it to pick up and throw up into the air. But like I said, it is coming into Stillwell area right now, where that rotation is. It's coming straight up into the Stillwell, Oklahoma area. And we'll come back up here to Missouri for Lowry City. This is radar indicated tornado warning for this one as well. This goes for another 15 minutes, $half size hail with this storm. And honestly, this looks pretty intense right here, just to the southeast of Lowry City. I'm going to see if we got anything. I mean, that's pretty intense looking there. We're not seeing anything on the CC, so that's a good sign. Make sure we didn't. Yeah, so no debris field picked up, no debris ball picked up on that, so that's a good sign. So there may not be one on the ground. There just may be a lot of rotation, but it could drop one any time, especially with that look right there. You got those colors really tight wound like that. It needs to be watched. But like I see on this newest scan, it's not as tight, so that's a good sign. As this continues to push off to the northeast, towards Fox Run, Browns Ford, and yeah, I don't know how to say that. Ninesca Park, maybe. But either way, there's some strong winds that are going to be coming in with the storm. Topeka storm the storm here no longer has a tornado warning with it, which I'm not surprised. Rotation really was very brief. Then we got the storm north of Omaha, Nebraska. It does have ping pong ball size hail. Pretty strong storm here. With 60-mile-an-hour winds with the storm. So some of these storms, especially the tornado ones, they dropped a huge section of that tornado watch back here in Oklahoma, which I'm kind of surprised that they did. That it's already came off by shadow. Kind of surprised they dropped it already. Like with this line here, as it gets closer to Arkansas. Can't stop yawning. Sorry, chat. With this storm here, this area here, there could probably be a brief spin up at any time with this. So it could drop one anytime. So, like I said, Stillwell's right on one right now, possibly. Then down the line, Prairie Grove, West Fork, and Fayetteville, Arkansas areas to watch as those continue to push off to the northeast. And this is probably our most focal area to watch, right here in the Fairfield area, north of Stillwell. Because it's like I said, this is headed up towards the Fayetteville, Arkansas area as well. I know, Torch. I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry, chat. So I do want to check out these Texas ones. I haven't really been focused on these too much because they haven't done a lot. I mean, they've got severe thunderstorms. I mean, like this storm here, northwest of Denton, north of Bridgeport, Texas. It's got a lime-sized hail, 65-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage there with the storm. It's going. So I mean, if we pull up, I mean, it's an area to watch for a possible rotation down the line. We'll see if this hook ends up happening or not. And you see the storm chasers are kind of gathering out ahead of it because they're expecting something to happen. And you got Brad Arnold there, so probably 70% chance there's going to be a tornado in this area somewhere tonight. So, so this is an observed tornado warning here near Fairfield, Stillwell, Piney, Dutch Mills area. Let's check it out. Reports that there's a tornado on the ground here with this storm. Yeah, there's that debris ball right there, just north of Fairfield, Oklahoma, as this is pushing over towards Piney and Dutch Mills, Piney, Oklahoma, and Dutch Mills, Arkansas. All right. Sorry about that. Had to help the wife with something. The mouse. All right. So let's see. So we're not seeing a debris ball anymore with this one, so that's a good sign. So a tornado may not be on the ground anymore. So that's a good sign. But you can see, look at that line. Just that line. Because you got the line down here, straight line, and that indentation here, then back out. So you got the rotation up here, and then you got straight line winds down here that are about to come into the Arkansas area near Fort Smith, Arkansas, Alma, Cedarville. This warning just keeps getting smaller. I swear this warning just keeps getting smaller. It doesn't move. That's a big area rotation. I mean, it's not really tight, but the area to watch would be right in this area, right in here, just to in between Chloe and Mount Zion. So I have a feeling that they'll probably extend this tornado warning because that rotation's still there. It's just not super tight. Measured 2 miles wide. Jesus. That tornado was big. I mean, that was a big one. So I would expect tornado warning to be issued for basically for this area here, up towards Lincoln, Warsaw. I expect tornado warning to probably be issued here pretty soon for this area. I would. Oh, this is why I don't use this mouse for this because I cannot control it. I would expect a tornado warning to be issued for this area here, somewhere in this area. That it would include Leesville, Tightwad, Warsaw, and Lincoln, Missouri. So I would expect that to happen any moment, actually. Honestly, I'm surprised it hasn't popped up yet. So if you live in those areas or know anyone in those areas, I'd give them a call like, hey, you might want to take cover. Even though the warning has not been issued yet. Because that rotation, it's there. There's still pretty good rotation here. That's about to go into Mount Zion and Ninescott Park and Finney, Finney, however you want to say it. The storm just keeps moving. So we do have some storm reports in southern Kansas City area. Large trees down. And that parts of there. Then we get towards Benton. Tree down on a house. This would have been before I went live. I think this was more of a wind area. This was not a tornado. Yeah, a lot of down trees in southern Kansas City area near Benton, Overland Park, Olathe, Martin City, Stanley areas. So then we go up to the northern side of Kansas City here near Weatherby Park. Tree fell on top of a house. So yeah, there's that new tornado warning. They didn't go out as far as I thought they would. I thought they would have extended this a little bit bigger just to be safe. Just another small tornado warning here, chat. Another small one here. That includes Tightwad and Leesville, Mount Zion, Finney, and Brownington. As this rotation's right in here, just to the west of Mount Zion there. I figured that warning was going to be a little bit bigger. I did not think it was going to be that small. And they have a new tornado warning down here that does include parts of Fayetteville, Arkansas. We got White Rock, Farmington, Greenland, Prairie Grove, and Lincoln, Arkansas here. This goes for 33 minutes. Radar indicated 3/4 inch size hail. Counties of western Washington County and central Adair County in Oklahoma until 7:45 Central Time. The storm is moving at 60 miles an hour currently. So let's get the. So there's not really a very impressive area of rotation like there was earlier with the storm, but it's still back here, still just about to cross the state line here. So, but it's not as impressive as it was. There's still some rotation there. Could definitely get going again, possibly. I do want to check these Texas storms. We got a lot of storm chasers down here in this storm, down on these storms. They think a lot's going to happen down here, which is very possible. It's a very favorable environment down here that hasn't really been touched today. So we'll see if these storms end up doing anything, getting any rotation going on them as they continue to push north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They should, I mean, unless more develops in this area where the tornado watch is, where there's no storms currently, Dallas-Fort Worth, you should be good for the night. You were technically not under the tornado watch currently. But you got Plano, Flower Mound areas, Frisco, Texas, all under tornado watch for another hour and 46 minutes until 9 o'clock Central Time. But I am going to go to the restroom, chat. So I'm going to put this big radar on. zoom in just a little bit on these areas, because this is where the main areas are to watch. I'm gonna hit play on this. Probably do 21 frames on this. Hit play. Gives you an idea where these storms are at and where they're going. So, and like I said, Sarge will be here to help fill in. So, if you got any questions, be sure to ask Sarge. He might be able to answer, maybe. Thanks, Sarge. Okay. So I did hear something about this has been observed for this tornado warned storm that is heading towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. A little bit of a debris ball here, just a little one, but it's there. As it just crossed into Arkansas here. You can see it right there. Really got that deep blue colors here as it's crossing the state line. Now it's not. It may still be on the ground, but it's very likely probably rain wrapped, unfortunately. Because I think it's going to be, it's like right in here. So that rotation is right in this area. It's going to be rain wrapped as it's heading up towards Lincoln, Prairie Grove, and Farmington, Arkansas currently. I have an echo? Oh, I have an echo. How do I have an echo? Still have an echo? Is it all echoing or just my voice? That's weird. Damn it. Still getting an echo? All I did was change mics. That was weird. I don't know. Okay, so they did upgrade this one to observed, as it's in the Warsaw area now, as that new tornado warning there. Got that velocity. Let me see. I think it's right here near Warsaw. Oh, it's actually back here. Sorry, back here, south of Tightwad near Finney. Going through Finney or Finney, heading northeast. Like I said, it's tracking this way, up towards that way. So you got that rotation right there, right in here. So that one is an observed tornado warning. This one is an observed tornado warning as well. This one, the rotation's not as well defined area with this one. There was a brief CC drop on this one when it was crossing the state line. It appears though that rotation's here now, south of Lincoln. I think this is going to be one of those storms that could just drop rotation anywhere along this line. Drop a tornado down here. As you can see, that rotation right in here, south of Lincoln, is where that CC is. To the west of Cane Hill and Clyde. So this is heading towards Cane Hill and Clyde right now. So if you're in the Cane Hill Clyde area, it's heading your way. I see if there's any more tornado warnings currently. I think it's just those three. Yeah. So these are our main storms right now. We got the tornado warning here near Fayetteville, Arkansas, that has a tornado observed on the ground. And then the one up here to the west of Jefferson City, Missouri, heading up towards Sedalia, has got a tornado on the ground as well. And there is a new, see what they're saying, new meso discussion. This appears to be for Tennessee. Isolated risk of marginally severe hail and locally damaging wind gusts will persist for the next few hours in Tennessee. So, as you can see, we've had some storms pop up in Tennessee tonight. I know we had a severe thunderstorm warning from the Nashville area. I don't know if it's still in effect right now. It's no longer in effect, but there's still some storms in the area. As this one was producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. It still looks pretty good, like pretty good storm, honestly. So it's not as windy now. Rain's not coming down as hard either. Still some lightning, but it's still a pretty good storm there. And this is pushing up here towards Jefferson City and Columbia, Missouri. Well, those are obviously way down the line. As this storm is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This tornado warning is for Benton County. And we still got that debris ball right here, just south of Racket, Missouri, heading up towards Max Camp. So, and then if it keeps on this path, it's going to be heading out towards Lincoln as well. This looks like a really rural area, but there is a lot of stuff going on here. I'm sure this is popular camping area, maybe. But you can see that debris ball. It's still there. It's heading up towards. It just went through the town of Racket and Teal Bend. It's heading up towards Max Camp next down the line. It's going to push towards Palo Pinto and Lincoln, Missouri. So would not surprise me. I mean, there's a lot of roads here, small roads. Either we got a lot of campgrounds or just a really rural area that has a lot of town, a lot of houses. But we got a pretty good sized debris ball, as you can see it right here. I'm zoomed pretty far out now, and you can still see it. It's still there. I mean, when I'm zoomed in, it doesn't look like it's that big, but when you zoom out and you can still see it this far, and you can still see that debris ball right there. Oh, zoomed way in too far. This is like zooming in. So yeah, you got that. Still got a debris signature with this one here, south of Sutherland, Prairie Grove, east of Lincoln, Arkansas. Another possible tornado on the ground, very likely on the ground here. It's right here at 62 and 45 is where that rotation is at. Oh. And it's probably going to be rain wrapped because it's right in here. It's going to be more than likely rain wrapped and be harder to see it when that isn't starting to get dark. It seems like it's way later than 7:30 to me. I thought it was. It's not that. Maybe it's not getting dark. You can see the darkness is still way back here on the East Coast. Kind of seeing if there's anything else going on. Well, we got this storm here south of Fort Smith that's got lime-sized hail with 50-mile-an-hour winds with the storm. As you can see, that we got that bow here where you got that wind. Magical Craddock. You can see those winds are strong out here by Shady Point in Panama. The debris ball is getting bigger. It is getting bigger as it's getting closer to the Prairie Grove area. You can see it's a small town, but it's there. We'll see if this is. I mean, it seems to be tracking more further east, but it's heading towards Prairie Grove and Greenland area. But we'll see how it tracks, if it's going to take that northerly turn or not. Seems to be tracking more east. There was just a new tornado warning that was issued. Oh, there it is. It took a minute. This is actually one I was just looking at because this isn't observed. This is actually what I was looking at because of that, how it has that, and then you got that notch right here. I was actually looking at this one just a minute ago. Kind of curious about it. It's an observed tornado warning too. This is lime-sized hail and it's observed tornado on the ground. Let's see what they're saying. So I kind of want to. Converted tornado is located near Panama, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So there's Panama. So that rotation's right in here. Let's see if there's anything shown on the CC. There is a debris ball here just south of Panama, right here on E1290 here, just to the northwest of Shady Point and south of Panama. Got that debris ball right there, right here, chat. So there's tornado on the ground. So we got possibly 3 tornadoes on the ground currently. We got the one just south of Panama here. We'll move up to the north, up near, and we got this one here just south of Prairie Grove, right here. We'll come up here to Missouri. Now this one's not as intense, but it's right here. Right here is where that rotation is. Still got debris in the air, possibly still on the ground as it's heading towards Palo Pinto. We got possibly 3 tornadoes on the ground currently. From Oklahoma, Arkansas, and basically almost central Missouri. As this one's actually getting closer, pushing up towards Columbia Jefferson City. This one should stay south of Fayetteville, Arkansas, based on its current path. You see that debris ball? Looks like it's going to stay south of Fayetteville, head towards Greenland. And then we got the one here in Oklahoma that has that little debris signature there just south of Panama, between Panama and Shady Point. The recent scan, it's still there with the most recent scan. We just had another tornado warning in Arkansas. They're just going to expand this one out. That includes Elkins, West Fork, Huntsville, and Hinesville, Arkansas. As it's about to cross 49 here pretty quick. You can see that debris ball is right here behind me. There it is, right there, as it's continuing to push. You got that rotation right here. Sorry, right here, as it's crossing 49 right now. It's just south of Greenland. Obviously, the CC takes a little bit longer for that update to happen, as it's. Well, we'll see if this shifts on this next scan over to here to 49 near Washburn Mountain. I think that's what that says. Washburn Mountain. We'll see if this next scan shows this debris ball continuing to move further east. If it does, that means this tornado is still on the ground in Arkansas here, south of Fayetteville. That debris ball actually looks more intense. That is a deeper debris. So this is probably the debris from back here that's still lofted up in the air. But then you look at this one, you got those dark blues going right over Greenland right now, over 49. There's probably very likely a large, decent-sized tornado on the ground with this storm currently. But I'm going to head to the Oklahoma tornado here in just a second. I'm going to check this one out down here. See if there's still a debris ball here with this one. I'm not really seeing one, so that's a good sign. This one may have weakened. Rotation may not be there anymore. We'll check out the rotation and velocity. Yeah, it's not really a tight area. Kind of a broader area of rotation with this storm. We pull up the reflectivity here. It's still got that hook there. Still got that indention right in here, but that hook, it's not. I don't think there's one on the ground with this one anymore currently. We'll head back up to Missouri now. They're west of Jefferson City. For Lincoln and Cole Camp area in Warsaw. I mean, pretty nice looking storm actually. But we go to this. No real tight area of rotation in here, but that doesn't mean we can't have another area of rotation drop another tornado. So we got like some areas over here, that area to watch. We got areas back here where it could drop anywhere inside this area. There's not really a well-defined so we had that debris all back here. You'll see it pop back up on the screen, and it just kind of goes away. So I don't think we actually have a tornado on the ground with this storm anymore in Missouri, but it's still one to pay attention to because it could probably possibly drop one at any time. So we'll come back down to this tornado warning storm in Arkansas. That's a well-defined debris ball there. Those blues there. When you get those tight, when you get the blues packed together like that, almost in a ball, there's a tornado on the ground. Very likely a tornado on the ground with that storm. As this is headed through Greenland and pushing up into the southeast side of Fayetteville towards Baldwin. So we'll go to the velocity. Yeah, you can see that. Look at that right here. That velocity scan to go right over Greenland currently. As this continues to push further to the north and east. I will be driving down I-44 this week. I'm coming through Joplin, down here, and coming down here, down here, eventually over here to Dallas. We're doing that drive. So right now, this is probably our most potent storm in terms of rotation and tornado on the ground. They just issued a new tornado warning. Down here for Fort Smith area, just south of Fort Smith, new tornado warning here. This is a radar indicator with golf ball size hail. That rotation is going to be right in this area right here as it continues to head off to the north and east, actually towards the radar site there, south of Fort Smith. There's no real tight area rotation, but it's probably not that bad idea to put a warning out because as that rotation could just drop on anywhere, kind of like the Missouri storm. There's areas where it could happen at any time. When we come back up here to this one, you can see that rotation right over here over Greenland, right over the town of Greenland there, south of Fayetteville, as it appears to be pushing further to the north and east into a more populated area here. We saw that well-defined debris ball here just on the northeast side of Greenland here, right here. That camera for northbound on 41 there and is shaking. So yeah, we still got a well-defined debris ball here. As like I said, this is pushing up towards the town of Baldwin here on the southeast side of Fayetteville. So if you know anyone in the southeast side of Fayetteville, Baldwin there, down the line to Goshen, that's where it's heading. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm curious if this is going to if it's going to push more this way or more this way. We still have really tight rotation right here to the east of Greenland now. And you can see the wind just coming in this way, and you can see that wind coming in from right here. That's why you're getting that tight area rotation right here in between Greenland and Strain. So Baldwin, Harris, Strain all need to take shelter immediately because it's coming right for you. And it does not appear to be weakening. The Greenland airport took a direct hit. I'm assuming it's right in this area. The map I use, I don't have it where I can see that. I need to do that actually one of these days, but no, not satellite. Hang on, chat. Oh, wrong area. So you got Drake Field here, the airport here that took a hit. You see that really strong rotation with this storm. Nope, not that one. I mean, you see the relative velocity. You can really see where that wind. It's just coming in, and then you got the wind this way coming in. It's some strong winds. You see a well-defined debris ball here as this is pushing over towards Strain, Harris, and Baldwin here. And that is an impressive looking velocity scan right now. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised it's not. That debris field's been going for a while now. So that a little better. The rotation's not it's strong, but it's still there. There's still good rotation here. It's coming into Robinson Mountain, Strain, and Harris and Baldwin. So we'll see on the next update for the CC as this is headed towards Strain, Harris, and Baldwin. Yeah, that's it's getting darker colors here. We're getting black, so it's picking up a lot of debris here that it just picked up back here, that it's thrown up into the air, that the radar is picking up on. We do have a new Meso discussion chat. I'm going to check that out real quick while we're waiting on some scans updates here. So this is come up here. So this includes the St. Louis area, out over here into extreme southwest Illinois, southeast Missouri here. Severe threat is expected to develop over the next couple hours. Tornadoes, wind damage, and large hail will all be possible in this area right in here over the next few hours. We still got that strong rotation here as it's coming into Baldwin and Harris right now, and Strain as well in the Robinson Mountain there in northern Arkansas, southeast of Fayetteville. Definitely something to watch as they shrunk that warning down a little bit, which I'm not surprised because that up here wasn't too worried about. So obviously St. Louis still got a few hours, but these storms are making their way that way. I do want to check out this Missouri storm real quick. Still under observed. Like I said, this rotation could happen anywhere along this line. So there's not any debris signature picking up here, so that's a good sign for this one up in Missouri. We'll come down to this one, to the Fayetteville one. They just actually upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. You need to take cover immediately. Basically, if you're in this, you need to take cover. I mean, the rotation's nowhere near as strong as it was as it's going through Harris right now. And then as it's heading towards Goshen, Buckeye, and Crossroads now. So yeah, a nice debris signature here through Harris as it came through Strain, Harris, and Baldwin. Now the newest update, newest debris ball is not as impressive. The deep colors aren't there, but it's still a debris ball there. There's still debris in the air. As they've upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. And they did extend this tornado warning. They kind of just overlapped it, honestly. They overlapped it. We're not seeing any debris signature, which that's a good sign. The radar's not wanting to load for me. I'm not liking that. The velocity. So, like I said, there's no tight area of rotation, but anywhere in here, it could literally just drop a tornado at any time. Anywhere in that area. Come down to this tornado, which we haven't looked at this one in a minute. These are both radar indicated tornado warning storms. Tornado warnings. There's a pretty strong storm coming in here. The area to watch is right here near Cedar Knob, as this is moving up towards Bonanza, White Bluff, Crescent, Fort Chaffee, Barling, Central City, and you got the Fort Smith Regional Airport up here north of the radar site. So it's actually kind of heading almost straight towards that radar site, which kind of sucks because it makes it hard to see these things when they get that close. So as you can see, it's kind of already getting a little messy as we're getting close to that radar site with that rotation right in here. So we'll see what this next scan shows. Still got some blues in there, but there's still debris in the air. I mean, we still got blue in there, which means it's picking up more debris. Yellow and green's less debris. So there's still damage being done here. We see the rotation here. It's not as impressive. It's not as tight as it was. It's kind of more in a rural area, as it's now east of the town of Harris, northwest of Tuttle. So Crossroads and Goshen, as that rotation actually looks like got a little more impressive right here, as it's coming towards the southeast side of Goshen, in between Crossroads, Goshen, and then Buckeye eventually is where it's going to be probably heading. As that rotation just tightened up a little bit right here. So you got Goshen, Crossroads, and then Hinsville. Another area to watch as it continues to push off to the north and east. Hi, Polite. How are you doing? New Mezzo again? Is that? Oh, yeah, that's that one. Okay. How are you doing, Polite? Let's see what they're saying here. This is for the... I can't even tell what that's at. Okay, so that's so that new Mezzo discussion is for this area down here in north of Dallas, Fort Worth area. For this area, pretty much right in here, for large hemisphere wind gusts will continue with embedded tornadoes are possible. So this is on the lower end compared to some of these other Mezzo discussions that have came out. I'm doing good. Just mainly covering this one right here in northwest Arkansas. As it's so you got the town of Tuttle here. You got that rotation now it's really north of Tuttle. Not as impressive. And not really a big debris ball anymore compared to how it was. Oh my gosh, these freaking hiccups. You having a good Monday, Polite? You having a great Monday? Just a second, chat. I swear I only get hiccups when I freaking do the weather chat. There's still a little bit of rotation here with this storm. So not as tight. It's not as tightly wound as it was a little bit ago. So that's a good thing, is it's pushing more into a populated area. Only thing that sucks with this storm, that rotation is probably like right here, but we can't see it because it's so close to the radar site. So I wonder. Little Rock's probably too far away to be able to tell. But yeah, there's probably some rotation right over here, right over the radar site, actually. So that's why I kind of had to pull a radar site from further away. Trying to compare radar sites. So they're kind of showing the same thing with that possible rotation here near the radar site. This warning goes for another 9 minutes. So you can see we got the 3 tornado warnings. We got the one here for Fort Smith, got the one here for Fayetteville, then we got the one way up here west of Jefferson City, Missouri. There was a new tornado warning issued. Yes, up here in Missouri. So it's still radar indicated. This one just keeps going. There's not really a tight area of road. So you got anywhere in here, there could just be a brief tornado that drops down with this storm up in Missouri. Go check out this Fort Smith one. This is probably the more focused storm. It looks like we might have some rotation right here. Right there. I know we're super close to the radar site, which this is what sucks about this. It doesn't pick it up because I think there might be some rotation here, just east of Crescent, Arkansas, just east of 49 there. Possible debris ball here too. Looks like it went straight next to the radar site. I mean, that could be a debris ball here that we're seeing. Because you look at that velocity scan right here. Yeah, I think we might have a tornado on the ground here in Arkansas. I know right now it's still radar indicated with $half size hail, but good chance that there might be a tornado on the ground here. So, I mean, we're so close to the radar site, though. That's why it kind of doesn't look like it normally would when there's a tornado. So that's the downside to this, being so close to the radar site. But I think we got a possible tornado here. We'll see on this next scan that comes in. But you got that, between that and that possible debris ball here. As we get further away now. So yeah, we might have had a brief tornado there. So Central City, I would take cover. Diamond Grove, you're outside the warning, but I would still probably take cover as well. And Lavaca. So I think there's possibly a tornado on the ground here for this storm. And they just issued a way bigger tornado warning, a huge one. Jesus. They just did upgrade this to observe. This is a big tornado warning, huge area. This goes. I mean, this tornado is back here. Includes Lavaca, Charleston, Branch, Atlas, Ozark, Mulberry, the edge of Dyer here. And then you got Kibler as well. But I feel yeah, there's probably a tornado on the ground here. I mean, they would have been able to see it. I mean, they came right through the Nash where one of the weather offices are there. Yeah, you see that even with its most recent scan, there's still that strong rotation possibly right here. In a second, chat. So that rotation doesn't look. It's still there. There's still some rotation here. But we do have a new tornado warning up here in northern Arkansas. I kind of hate. So this is a radar indicated. No, I gotta stop yawning, chat. So tired. Let's see if I see anything. There's still no tight area rotation, but like I said, anywhere in this line, you could possibly have a tornado drop with this one if it tightens up and the rotation gets stronger here in the Missouri area, North Cole Camp there, west of Jefferson City. We might have something going on here in the Huntsville area as well. The rotation looks like it might be trying to get re-going again. Rotation here. We got a tornado warning just south of St. Louis. Radar indicated. I mean, got that rotation here just west of Flucom. They're right along 67. As that's pushing north. That's pushing north up in possibly into the St. Louis area. As that includes, that's 44 minutes. It includes Monroe County in southwest Illinois and Jefferson County in Missouri until 8:45. Kind of out here by itself, way out ahead of the storms, because you see that line of storms is way over here. So it's kind of out ahead of these storms. That's heading towards the St. Louis area, which I do think there is a baseball game going on in St. Louis right now, actually, chat. Let me check. I should know this since I'm a Cardinals fan. Was not expecting to open ESPN to see my college on the front page. So, yes, the Cardinals are in St. Louis right now. So that is something to watch as just a second, chat. Oh, that kind of felt good. My back kind of popped there, chat. I'm sure you guys didn't hear it, but I felt it. So yeah, we do have that tornado warning here for south of St. Louis here near Flucorn and Platten, heading up towards Festus and I-55 here and Route 67. It's tracking right on 67 right now. So currently, Chad, we zoom this out. I kind of don't like the satellite imagery. I might change this. Let's see. I don't know. I kind of like what I had before. Like town names were bigger. I think it was the gray. Is what I had before. Yeah, it kind of makes sounds a little bigger, easier for me to see. So the Huntsville storm, they just upgraded this warning to observed. Radar confirmed. So it looks like it's right here, just north of Huntsville, Missouri. Arkansas, sorry. Right here. Moving up towards Harmony, Old Alabama, and then down the line to our Marble. That is extreme northwest Arkansas here is where that one is at. We'll check out this one here. West of Jefferson City. Like I said, there's no well-defined area rotation, but there's pockets where rotation could drop a tornado. And it's kind of the same thing with this one. I think this is going to be like one of that Missouri storm where they're going to have tornado warning with it for a while because it could happen anywhere in this line where we get a brief spin up and a brief touchdown for a tornado. That scared the hell out of me. Oh, yeah, definitely did. Yeah, definitely did for you, America. Yeah, there was really no like tight area rotation here, but it could have like literally dropped tornado anywhere, basically in this area, in that warned area. Like I said, we saw that tornado warning just south of St. Louis. See how this does. Still got some rotation here near Olympian Village. The storm just kind of popped up out on its own out here. Get pretty windy there for you, America. As Kansas City's about to get by some more storms for the second time today. Severe thunderstorms. You got some pretty strong storms here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail with these storms coming into the Kansas City metro area here pretty soon. So we zoom this out, chat, and kind of see where everything's at. You got some rain showers up in the Iowa area. Then you got the severe storms again here in Kansas City. and then central Missouri, and then south down here to just north of Dallas. And then, like I said, you got that one tornado warning out here way ahead of it. Oh, I bet it was. It was a pretty strong storm. And we got some light showers out here, light storms out here in the Nashville, Tennessee area. Sure have been a couple severe thunderstorm warnings today out in Tennessee, out ahead of all this, kind of unexpectedly. Nothing too crazy out there. Yeah, still got some rotation here, some minor rotation in the south of St. Louis there. Like I said, we're not really... Yeah, we're not seeing debris signature with this one, so that's a good sign. It's kind of on the back end of the storm, like right in here. So we still got that rotation in the Huntsville, Harmony area of Arkansas here. Other than that, how's your day been today, America? You had a good Monday? No debris signature on that one, so that's a good sign. There's possibly not a tornado on the ground anymore. Like I said, with this, what is unfortunate is if this storm continues its current path, it is heading towards the downtown St. Louis area, which did just have a tornado on Friday. He woke up to the storm. And there's obviously a lot of people in downtown St. Louis right now because the Cardinals are playing in downtown St. Louis. So right here, that's where the stadium is. So I mean, you see it's so it was a new update for the outlook for the day one. So they did keep the moderate risk, which I'm kind of surprised that it's still in this kind of similar. I'm kind of surprised it's not a little bit further east. But like Oklahoma City, I think you're kind of in the clear for the night. You're probably good for the night, Oklahoma City. I was kind of surprised they have Tulsa. You're kind of on the edge. Bartsville the same way. So I mean that enhanced risk, like I said, it does push up towards the St. Louis area. And then like tomorrow we'll shift. If I'm on tomorrow, we'll see how everything goes. It shifts way further east to include these Nashville, Fayette, Tupelo, Memphis areas, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Richmond, just east of or west of Knoxville there, Chattanooga, Tennessee as well. So tomorrow looks to be another active day for sure. Then it looks like it's going to calm down, possibly. So that's a good sign. Well, did you at least have a good nap till the storm woke you up? They still have this tornado warning that is radar indicated, which I feel this can become more of a wind threat with this storm. There's not really a real tight area rotation, but like I said, this, like the Missouri storm, it could drop some rotation anywhere in that area. So that's not looking too impressive currently with that one. We'll come back up to this one here. It does have an observed. Still got some rotation here. It's not very tight. It's not tight. So if it tightens up, that'd be the thing to worry about. We'll check out the Sedalia storm up here. Like I said, this rotation's not very, kind of, like I said, not real tight area. I'm curious if they're going to extend this tornado warning any further to the north and east. I can see them having like a severe thunderstorm warning with maybe a tornado possible tag on it. Like I said, we still got some rotation here to the west of Festus here as this continues to push to the north and east here up towards the St. Louis area. So we'll see if that holds together as it continues to push further north. Oh yeah, it got pretty. There's some intense areas there in that storm earlier when it was over in that area. This has got actually a pretty nice hook on it here. Got that nice hook going. The traditional tornado looking storm here. We'll see if that holds together. As like I said, pushing up into the southern St. Louis area right now. So that rotation's still there. This is headed towards, as it's you can see where it's heading. Mappaville, Peevely, Antonia, Kimswick, Jarvis. So Antonia, Otto. Then if you get outside the warning, further to the north, we got Seckman, Arnold, Tinbrook, Maxville, Green Park, Fenton, and then getting closer to downtown St. Louis. So I know the people in St. Louis probably don't want another tornado in their areas. They just had an F3 come through there on Friday afternoon, which that storm formed really fast. So that's a little bit better. There's still some a little bit of rotation here, right in here, just north of Hematite. So we'll see if what's going on the next few scans with that one. Check out the reflectivity. It's still got that nice little hook here. Still got that hook. But I don't know if there's actually any tornadoes currently on the ground. I will tell you, the zoo did get hit on Friday, so you might want to. I don't know how much they're gonna have cleaned up. So the zoo was hit on Friday afternoon by that tornado. So I know there was a lot of downed trees in the zoo. So I do know that happened. Yeah. So I will be driving through St. Louis Thursday night, heading to Dallas. So we had a new tornado warning. This one's actually further south, where we haven't been. Yeah, I'm sure they did with the zoo, though. So this is for 30 minutes. Radar indicated includes the counties of Webster County and Wright County in Missouri until 8:45 Central Time. So we got a little bit of rotation going on back in here on the southwest corner of this warning. A lot of small towns here. But Duncan, Loring, Boyer, Durbin, Smittle, Grove Springs, St. George, and Jerktail areas to watch with the storm. And honestly, our best looking tornado is actually probably this one near St. Louis, honestly. Possible rotation. I mean, I think this is becoming more of a wind threat with this storm near Ozark, Arkansas. And then this one, not a lot of rotation with this one for the Green Forest area. This one expires in 14 minutes. Ozark one expires in 14 minutes as well. And then, like I said, they no longer have a tornado warning up here west of Jefferson City and Columbia from that storm that went through your area, America. The fastest one goes for another 29 minutes. Not a lot of rotation here, but that rotation is right here in the Hematite area, south of Mappaville. There you go. Mappaville, right in there is where that's at, heading towards Mappaville and Jarvis. Goldman's down the line, and then Antonia and Ottawa as well. Areas that need to be ready, as that storm is heading their way. It looks like it should stay on the Missouri side of the Mississippi River and not cross into the Illinois area based on its current path. You actually have the Cardinals are playing right now. They're playing the Tigers in St. Louis right now, and it's the top of the sixth. The Cardinals are up 5-0. By the way, if you're a Cardinals fan like I am, actually I haven't watched a lot of games this year. I've been busy with stuff and haven't really had a chance to watch a lot of games. So I used to watch pretty much every game, unless I was busy doing something. But playing the Tigers, Sonny Gray's on the mound, top of the sixth, 1 out, 1-2 pitch from Sonny Gray. Here it comes. Fouled it off. Let's do it again. So obviously, you know, the St. Louis, when it comes to pro sports, I've been to games where I've actually been to a Cardinal game. It would have been 5-6 years ago, I think, maybe not even that long ago, where there was a really bad storm that came into St. Louis, and it was pretty bad. Storm that came into St. Louis. There's tornado warning and everything. So I'm doing good, Lone Rider. The weather hasn't been too crazy. There might have been a large tornado down earlier. So how is your Monday going, Lone Rider? As I guess pretty good storm here in the south of St. Louis, just east. That rotation's here just east of Hillsboro, Missouri. It does appear that the storm has weakened a little bit. I wouldn't say weakened, but the rotation's not really there anymore. We don't have that hook like we had on the last few scans. Oh, nice, Lone Rider. When are you heading to Dallas? I think Brad Arnold's already calling it a night. Okay. Yeah, I'll be leaving Thursday afternoon to drive down there, but it's like a 13-hour drive for me, so the wife won't fly. So, got to drive. I'm looking forward to it. Wish I could leave Wednesday night and get down there Thursday, but my work ain't going to let that happen. We're so short right now. That rotation on this storm's actually kind of gotten a little bit stronger here near Duncan, Missouri. I don't want to. I don't want to do the drive either. We got a little debris ball here, just a little one, possible tornado on the ground here, just north of Duncan, Missouri. I don't want to do the drive. My little car, it's not going to take much. I only have a 9-gallon tank in that car, but it costs like $25 to fill it up where I live, where gas is like 3 something a gallon. So I know once I get like into Missouri, it's like almost 80 cents cheaper. So it's not good. I'll maybe spend $200 to fill it up there and back. So I think we just had a new tornado warning issued. Yep, right here. So we got this new tornado warning here in North Arkansas, right on the border here of Arkansas and Missouri. They issued this warning way ahead of time because that storm's way back here actually still. So they issued it way ahead of time. This for 39 minutes includes the county of Marion County in Arkansas and Boone County in Arkansas. This goes till 9 p.m. Central Time. So the best miles per gallon I've gotten in my car was 87 miles a gallon. But I also had 60-mile wind pushing me the whole way. I was going like 52. I was going like 57. But I had a strong wind behind me, so I was getting like 80-plus miles a gallon for like 60 miles. It's kind of wild. So yeah, we still have that rotation down here on Route 412 here. That's where that rotation is. That's why they went ahead and issued this tornado warning out ahead of it so that way people were prepared. Not having, because it is getting later into the evening, 8:30. Some people are already in bed, like I should be. So they did trim this tornado warning back in the St. Louis area. It's not very good. They cut the Illinois side out of it. But I don't see much rotation here with this storm anymore. So that's probably a good sign, because like I said, it's pushing more into a more populated area as we're about to enter the southern suburbs there of St. Louis. So a lot of flash flood warnings, and as you can see, all the way up from here, from northwestern Missouri into Kansas, into southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri, down into Arkansas, parts of southeast Oklahoma, and parts of northern Texas as well. A lot of possible flooding going on here. So we've got 17 flash flood warnings currently. As you can see, these storms are dropping a bunch of rain as well. So like, we got this one here. We'll kind of just, you can see that Fort Smith area is under a flash flood warning. They've already gotten 1 to 2 inches of rain. Have fallen additional 1 to 2 inches of rain. They're about expected, because there's still a bunch of rain behind the storm too. So behind the main line. So major flooding issue going on. They do have a tornado possible tag on this Jefferson City tornado warning. That includes, let's see, Jefferson City, Eldon, Laurie, Versailles, Boonville. It's heading up towards Columbia, Missouri as well. Little pockets of possible rotation areas to watch. Like, got a little pocket of rotation here near California and Route 50. So, and they did allow that warning in South St. Louis to expire. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning though, with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag on this storm. There's really not much of any rotation on this storm currently. So, as we got a pretty good storm about to come into the St. Louis metro area. Like I said, we got Cardinals are playing downtown right now against Tigers. Decent sized crowd there for a Monday night, but so. Oh, and there you go. That warning's now gone. Severe thunderstorm warning's now gone for south of St. Louis. We just had a new tornado watch issued, chat. That includes the St. Louis area. So you got basically this area here, except for a little foot there of Missouri, up to Kentucky, up to Illinois, includes Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, basically goes up here to 64, up to I-70 here, west of Effingham, and then over to St. Louis, and then back this way for these areas that are not. Basically, this area right here just got put under tornado watch till 3 a.m. A few tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is possible, and wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour with this. I thought there was a new tornado warning issued. I'm not seeing it yet. I don't think it's not these storms, not these ones. I hate this. Oh, whoa! This can't. We got 2 tornado warnings that were just issued on the just north of Kansas City. The southern one we got quarter-size hail with this storm. Radar indicated goes for 33 minutes, and the one just north of it, radar indicated with 3/4-inch hail and goes for another 33 minutes. Chat. So we got 2 tornado warnings just north of Kansas City. For Camden Point. Sorry, this includes the county of northeastern Platte County, and this actually includes St. Joseph as well. And this is for central Buchanan County. This goes till 9 p.m. for both of them. And there was just a new update for the SPC Day 1 Outlook. And that shifts that moderate risk into northwestern Arkansas, extreme southeast Missouri, and extreme kind of southeast Oklahoma, and it has an enhanced risk that goes right up to the edge of St. Louis and back towards Dallas. It does not quite get to Dallas, but it's close. And there was just a new meso discussion put out as well for the northwest side of Arkansas for risk of tornadoes. Possibly some strong and damaging winds continue to spread eastward into northwest Arkansas. So let's check out the velocity on these, see if there's anything going on with these storms. Looks like that main rotation's right here for this northern tornado warning storm near Maxie and Pinkston, Kansas. And then for the southern one, there's not really well-defined area of rotation, but it could literally happen anywhere along this line of a brief drop down of a tornado. So we got those 2 new tornado warnings that were just issued. As we can see, a pretty good line of storms about to move into the Kansas City area. As it's already under a flash flood warning, they're probably about to get a bunch more heavy rain here in the Kansas City area. And there's that new tornado watch chat. Like I said, that includes this area right here. That new tornado watch goes until for another 6.5 hours. I think it goes to about 3 a.m. If I'm correct. Yes, 3 a.m. Few tornadoes, like I said, few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Widespread damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles per hour possible. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So we'll see if anything happens. Probably not a bad idea to put this tornado watch out there for this area. So kind of want to see something. So like you got that, you can't see it now because I kind of have it off, but we got that line of storms here. No severe thunderstorm warnings here except to the Kansas City area. The North Kansas City area with the metro area there, because you got the few severe thunderstorm warnings up here on the north side, and about to come into downtown Kansas City and a couple of those 2 tornado warnings. I think a new tornado warning was just issued. Not quite sure where yet. It hasn't popped up on my map yet, but I think a new tornado warning was just issued, chat. Let me see. This is for northwest Arkansas. There it is, near Fort Smith area. Ozark. Right here. Ozark, Franklin County, Arkansas is now under a tornado warning. Another 29 minutes. Got a little bit of rotation here. And then up towards Atlas. Denning, Whitaker Village, Webb City. Kind of see a little bit there. You got that, and then you got that right in here where that rotation's at. As that rotation that warning goes for another 28 minutes. Currently, we have 4 tornado warnings and 11 severe thunderstorm warnings currently. We do have this one storm way back here in Kansas. Shot by itself. Quarter-size hail. La Crosse, Ness City area. It's a nice little line of just some nice storms out here. We'll see if these do anything the rest of the night. I mean, this one's really pretty intense looking, actually. So, going through Bazine, Alexander, and then down to Lacoste, Bison, and Otis there. And you got the other cell up here that goes for Shoshin, however you say it, and Leviathan Law, whatever you say. I can't say half these names. Some of the names of these towns, Chad, are wild. Well, they just finished 6 innings in St. Louis, and that storm is knocking on their door. So I would be shocked if they continue to play. They're probably going to pull out tarp, cover the infield, but yep, we're not going to start the next inning until this gets through. Because, I mean, you see how close it is in Busch Stadium, where the Cardinals play. It is about right there, right where the mouse is. And you can see the storm, how close it is. It's coming up towards St. Louis, so I'll probably pull the tarp out just to be safe. Get out ahead of it. So we'll check out these storms here up in North Kansas City. Probably, I think we still got that nice rotation right here, north of Pinkston, in between Maxey and Pinkston, is where the main area rotation appears to be from both these storms. There really isn't much rotation on this one down here for Newmarket, Dearborn, Woodruff, and Camden Point area. But this in between Maxey, Pinkston, Matney area, getting ready to push over to I-29 towards Evansville and Garrettsburg, as it's literally about to cross over the interstate here any moment. I don't think there's one on the ground with this storm, honestly. I think this is just rotation that nothing showing up on the debris signature, so that's good. How's your night going, Chris? You having a good Monday night? 4 days, chat. I will be on my way at this time Thursday night. I will be heading to Dallas. I'll probably be close to St. Louis, actually, about this time. So, tornado warning continues for Buchanan County in Missouri. So, they did just put a severe thunderstorm warning for the St. Louis metro area for 60-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-size hail for this storm that's about to come into downtown St. Louis. And obviously, as you know, Friday night, there was a major tornado that went through the downtown St. Louis area, just west and north of downtown St. Louis. I'm honestly surprised they continued this game. I was surprised they didn't just put tarp on the field. Like I said, you got that pretty nice storm heading towards the St. Louis area right now. So we'll check out this Fort Smith tornado warning storm that's radar indicated. No real well-defined area, but it's going to be right here. Just west of 23 and 309 is where that rotation, a little bit of rotation is south of Webb City, in between Edna and Webb City here. Then we'll come up here to this storm near Harrison and Bellefontaine and Bergman, Arkansas. No real tight area rotation with this one, but we got pockets of possible rotation that could happen and drop a possible tornado anywhere in this area. Now we'll head back up to the Kansas City area. These are radar indicated. This one, I'm going to actually pull up this close radar. You got that rotation right here near Max, just east of Maxey, about to cross I-29, south of Matney. So that rotation did weaken with this one on that most recent scan. So that's a good sign. Like I said, I'm not seeing much down here on this one, but it is so close to that radar site. It's kind of tough to tell, but so we'll pull the velocity. Yeah, so there's still some decent rotation about to cross I-29. It probably already did cross I-29 here, heading towards Evansville, Missouri. Or sorry, Kansas. Evansville, Kansas. Getting close to the Missouri-Kansas border there. What's up, Dragon? Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not taking my clothes off. I'm joking, chat. I'm joking. Calm down. A storm to watch. Where are we going? I'm going to zoom way out. Sherman, Texas. Haven't been down there in a minute. Haven't been down to Texas. Oh. We got a storm to watch down here in Sherman, Texas. It is under a severe thunderstorm warning currently. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Reflectivity. We got some storms down here that we probably going to have to watch. They're kind of in a favorable environment, honestly. I think the rain's starting to fall in downtown St. Louis because all I saw was a bunch of people leave the stands and take off. So they're through 6.5 innings in St. Louis. So, but I see a lot of people kind of going into the concourse area. So they're in St. Louis. But yeah, there's some areas to watch here near Sherman, Texas. We kind of got a little bit of a hook possibly trying to happen here along 82 here in the just east of Sherman. So we got possibly some rotation here. Area to watch there, just south of 82 and east of 75 for the Texas area. Would not surprise me if tornado warnings issue with that storm here fairly soon. So they did upgrade the St. Louis storm to considerable damage threat. They're now ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds with this storm coming into the downtown St. Louis area. You gotta say, we got a pretty strong storm coming into downtown St. Louis. It looks like the downtown area, this area of St. Louis, this main downtown area, might just miss the worst of it. The worst of it's still back here, which is this area right here was where that F3 tornado went through Friday. Of course it. I mean, got Brad Arnold, tornado sniffer. So, you got this area right through here that was affected by that F3 tornado on Friday afternoon. So as you can see, it looks like it's going to track over that same area with some large hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into the St. Louis area. And it looks like it should miss the downtown area of St. Louis, the worst part of the storm. So that's a good sign. Obviously, there's a lot of people in downtown right now at St. Louis because you got the baseball game going on. So we'll go back up here to St. Joseph, as they did drop the other tornado warning to the south, which I'm not surprised. I didn't see a lot of rotation with that one to begin with, so I'm kind of surprised they issued it. We still do have this one here, just southeast of St. Joseph, Kansas. Still a little bit of rotation in the just west of Evansville there, so it's an area to watch. We'll see if they continue this tornado warning as it tracks further east into into Missouri here pretty soon. They do have a thunderstorm warning that does have a tornado possible tag. So we're not seeing a well-defined area of rotation with down here in the Sherman area, but it's something to watch. We'll see what this one ends up doing. I mean, it's definitely a strong storm going through the town of Denison right now, as they're about to pull out the tarp, I think. Rain delay in St. Louis. Not a surprise. They shouldn't even started this inning. But And then there's another storm that just recently got going here. Another severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Missouri here, as this storm is tracking north as well, tracking almost the same path as the current storm in St. Louis, as this one's got quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that storm as well. As these storms continue to track further east into eastern Missouri, which they do have they have upgraded this one actually to now considerable damage threat with golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. I think it was 60-mile-an-hour winds before. I think they pulled it. So you can see where the rain is here in St. Louis. And this is where the stadium is, right there, where that hand is on the mouse, just underneath the L there. So I'm kind of, yet the worst of it's back to the west of downtown. So that's a good sign. I'm kind of surprised that they even started the inning, honestly. That's kind of dumb. But you got that little hook trying to possibly happen here to the east of Sherman, Texas, along 82 there. I think they just issued a new tornado warning. Not quite sure where yet. Hang on, chat. So this one here in Buchanan County, they're continuing that. I don't think they did issue a new tornado warning another one southwest of St. Louis here. As if you got this new tornado warning here. This storm is tracking northeast as well. Kind of taking almost a similar path as this first storm did that's affecting the St. Louis area right now. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. It goes for 46 minutes. Got that rotation right here, just south of, right along 49 and 32 here, right in here, as this continues to track northeast, heading towards Maxwell's Mill. Enough. That is enough. Hortontown, Peoria, Delbridge, Belgrade, Quaker areas, as that continues to track further to the north and east up here. So they better hurry and get that tarp on there before those winds get really strong in the downtown St. Louis area. So we got that rotation here, like right in here, about to cross Highway 36 here. We'll see if they continue this, because it's literally right on the edge of that tornado. Because that warning polygon ends right here. That's right on the edge of that polygon. Check a couple things, chat. All right. So still got that rotation here with this storm. We'll check out this tornado warning southeast Missouri. So I got some rotation here, just north of Goodland, Missouri, to the south and east of Easton, and south of Maxwell Mill as it's heading up towards Maxwell's Mill. It's so weird to say it like that. I want to say Maxwell Mills. We thought about putting the S on that. And then we'll go back up to St. Louis. Check out that's a pretty strong storm. Like I said, you got the golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Considerable damage to here for the St. Louis area. Not really any rotation with this storm, but it is dumping. I'm feeling there's probably some really good hail coming down here on like Olive Boulevard, McKinley, North McKnight Road. I want right in here, heading up into Veneta Park, Canley Hill, University City, then down the line to Overland, St. John, Berkeley, Ferguson, Maryland Heights, Normandy, and Jennings, and Bellefontaine neighbors, and further north into the Hazelwood fluorescent areas. As that, yeah, it ended up dropping a decent amount there in downtown St. Louis. So, pretty strong storm moving through the St. Louis area. And the thing is, you got this storm that's kind of taking the same path as that storm. We'll see if it continues to strengthen and follow that same path into the St. Louis area as well. So, really strong storm coming into the St. Louis area. There honestly are two strong storms. This one here, the tornado warning storm, and possibly that St. Louis storm. And we'll see how this one does. I mean, it's still got that little bit of hook here on this one. A little bit there as it's north of 32 now, west of Caledonia. Still some rotation here with this. Not a super intense area rotation with this one, but it still got some rotation here along 32. And I think is that our only tornado? That might be our only tornado warning right now, chat. Yes, that is our only tornado warning. This is the lowest amount of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings we've had today. Now we're flash flood warnings. We're up to 18 flash flood warnings currently. And that still got really good rotation here. Thank you for the follow, Branham. How you doing today? How's your Monday going? So the storm is starting to push into the more northern side of the St. Louis and St. Louis suburbs. So as it continues to push through with that damaging wind, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and golf ball size hail through the St. Louis area right now. Like St. Louis area is under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. So we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings back here in the Kansas City, about to come into the Kansas City area. We're quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now, just north of Kansas City, the northern area of Kansas City, they do have 70-mile-an-hour winds with these storms and a tornado possible tag as well. We do have a random severe thunderstorm warning way out here in Kansas, central Kansas, for quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then come down to this one here, just west, south, and east of Springfield, Missouri. We do have, I think, tornado possible tags with all these severe thunderstorm warnings and 3/4-inch hail with these storms. And then we move just a little bit further south. So like I said, all these about 3/4-inch hail. Yeah, I'm having a good night. And then 3/4-inch hail with these storms, all tornado possible tags. We move further south towards Fort Smith, Arkansas. We got just under 9 centimeter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with these storms. So, and then we got pretty much 3/4-inch to 1-inch hail for a lot of these storms, and 60 to 70, mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds, but there's some pockets of 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with these ones. Then we come down here to Texas for Denison in the Sherman Knollwood area. We got quarter-sized hail with 60-mile-an-hour winds with these. So, like, so we have a lot of flash flooding going on tonight with these storms. There's some slow-moving storms. We got 18 flash flood warnings tonight, 19 severe thunderstorm warnings, and the 1 tornado warning here in southeast Missouri here. We still got that little bit of rotation here, just north of 32 here, east of Viburnum, and in between Viburnum and Caledonia, Missouri. I'm going to put the regular radar on, reflectivity, and I'm going to loop it because I do have to use the restroom, chat. I'm going to do a 14 frames on this one, so I will be back just a few minutes, chat. You can see how these storms are moving. All right, I is back clearly. So I see that's the strong storms there in the St. Louis area. We saw that tornado warning as well, west of Farmington, Missouri. There. Are you having a good night, Brandon? So we'll see if this little storm here pushes into this one. That kind of will help get rid of the tornado threat here with this. So as we're still getting rotation here with this storm here, so there might be a little bit of a debris ball there. There might be a possible tornado on the ground with this storm. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a debris ball here, just north of Maxwell's Mill right here. They just upgraded this one, I think, to observed. Yeah, they just upgraded to observed tornado warning. Yes, there's a tornado on the ground here just north of Maxwell's Mill, Missouri. So as this is heading up towards Quaker, Delbridge, Hortontown, and Palmer. So this storm is, you got that little debris ball here. I kind of actually just pointed this out right before they call this observe. I say there's a possible tornado. There, look at this. So there's newest scan. There, that is a deepening debris ball. There's a tornado on the ground here. There, that is on the ground. There's tornado on the ground. That's that new debris signature. This is a really wooded area, so there's a lot of trees, a lot of vegetation getting thrown up into the air right now. So this is heading towards Hortontown, Delbridge area. As it's heading towards, like I said, it's heading northeast here. Tornado on the ground here in Washington County, Missouri. This is dropping just under 1 inch hail. An observed tornado on the ground. Warning goes for another 30 minutes until 9:30. I mean, like I said, this continues on its path. I mean, it's going to continue pushing up this way, right here, straight through this way, getting towards Potosi, Shirley, Bates Creek Cramp, Laddie, Aptus, Old Mines. So, yeah, I mean, if it continues to strengthen, I mean, the thing think that could cut it out is if this storm crashes into it. If this storm crashes into it, then that might weaken it as well. It may weaken it, get rid of that tornado threat, or it can make it stronger and develop a new tornado after this two collide on the back end of it, on the southern side of it. So we'll see how this one does. Like I said, we got that rotation right here. That rotation's gotten stronger on these last few scans. Each scan, it seems to get a little bit stronger as this is heading up towards Hortontown. And like I said, you got that breeze signature here as well. You got that deeper blue here. Right in there, you got that big debris signature here. As it's heading towards Hortontown here. We got high wind warnings here in northwest Iowa right now for the next 3 hours, by the way. Chat, Sioux City, 25, 35 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts up to 60 miles an hour in the northwest part of Iowa. And extreme southeast Missouri here, or Minnesota, sorry, and parts of the county here in northwest Nebraska. And extreme southeast South Dakota. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning up here in Canada right now, chat. I want to check this one out. This is up near Calgary for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Is this thing not moving? Not really. I wanted to check it out. We got a severe thunderstorm warning in Canada, south of Rocky Mountain House and southwest of Sylvan Lake. And you see there's Calgary right here. Calgary and Edmonton. If you're a hockey fan, you got the Edmonton Oilers, Calgary Flames. Yeah, that is true. Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm hail producing up to nickel-sized hail. The storm is moving 25 kilometers southwest of Caroline, south of Highway 591, moving slowly northeastwards at 10 kilometers per hour. Severe thunderstorms can produce tornadoes. Severe thunderstorm warnings are issued when imminent or occurring thunderstorms are expected to produce damaging hail, wind, or rain. So they kind of word their stuff a little different in Canada. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Canada. I just kind of wanted to, I saw that and I was like, I wanted to see what that's about. So they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning. It's up to the lime-sized hail with this storm north of St. Louis that is heading towards Alton, Illinois, and Godfrey. So we'll see. I look like they're pulling the tarp off the stadium because obviously it's out of the downtown area down here. The rain is out there, pulling the tarp up, but they do have to watch as there are more storms tracking up towards the St. Louis area. So let's check this one out again, chat. Check that velocity scan. Yeah, there's a really good rotation here still with this one. Check out the CC on this one. Yeah, there's still a really good CC drop here on this storm. Something to watch to see if this storm continues to produce tornado. So, which is, I mean, let me see something here. I mean, it's looking like this cell, once this right here, it's gonna crash into it. It almost looks like it's moving almost a little faster, but we'll see because we still got that notch right here, right in here, in between Delbridge and Sunlight here, between, I hate how they name their stuff, letters. So, check out the velocity. So, I got precedent velocity. I want to see on the next update what this shows. Because I know because it goes your reflectivity, then velocity, then your CC. That's how the order goes for the updates. So, we should see the velocity update here pretty quick, and then we'll see that CC update shortly after that. So, probably got a nice winds coming into the Kansas City area here pretty quick. Pretty strong winds about to come into Kansas City. Some storms. You see that you can see that line. The line out ahead right here. This line right here, that's strong winds out ahead of that storm. So I guarantee you there's probably a nice shelf cloud or wall cloud there coming into the Kansas City area right now, just ahead of the storm here. You got strong winds coming out ahead of the line of storms. That's what, when you see a line like this out ahead of the storms, it normally got a big area of wind pushing ahead of the storm. You normally get like a shelf cloud with that as well. So like if there's any, if I have a way to view cameras from Kansas City that can show the skyline, you'd probably see one. If there's a decent amount of lightning showing up. Even with a major city like Kansas City, there's enough light pollution basically to probably see it anyways. So they do have a big, so that large severe thunderstorm actually expires in 8 minutes. So we'll see if they continue the tornado warning, which I imagine they will because they got still got that rotation here. Velocity is not as impressive as it was on the last couple scans. A little bit more impressive on those scans here. So that's a good sign. Maybe because you look at the reflectivity here, this storm still hasn't crashed in, but we'll see what's going on with these storms merging into each other. Because like I said, if it merges, and that's going to cut off that airflow and reduce the risk of a tornado. Doesn't mean there can't be one future down the line, but it's going to choke the tornado out, which is what you want. But there's still, that's an impressive debris ball we got right here. I mean, that debris ball goes from, it's still there, from Hortontown to Delbridge Quaker here. Big debris ball coming. So there's going to be a lot of debris falling from the sky, unfortunately. And a lot of that debris is going to be wooded air stuff, tree branches, leaves. They're going to be falling from the sky, unfortunately, in these areas of Delbridge, Quaker, and Hortontown as it continues to push off to the north and east. But what we want, chat, is for this storm to crash into this one, because then it's going to cut it off, basically, to make it to where it's going to be harder for that storm to continue to produce a tornado. The other thing to worry about would be is if this one crashed into this one, it becomes one big supercell, and then another line forms behind it, and you get another tornado possibly on the south end of it. That would be the one thing to worry about possibly happening. Hey, Cubs lost. I'm happy. Another mezzo discussion. Let's see what this one says, chat. So this looks like it's for the Kansas City area, possibly. Okay, so we'll zoom this out. We'll move over here to the Kansas City area. Kind of includes Kansas City, this area right in here. Severe threat is expected to continue for a couple more hours. Tornado wind damage threat expected for the next 1 to 2 hours. Because you got that line of storms right here. The second line that was expected to develop, which it did. The second line developed behind the main line of storms. But I can see this becoming more. I can still see that. I can still see this line right here. That's that wind out ahead of the storm. So that's coming into Kansas City. So they probably had a nice shelf cloud come through Kansas City just right now. It's now on the eastern side of Kansas City, but as before the rain and storms make their way in. We're not seeing maybe a little rotation up here near Union Star. There is a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag on this storm. So not surprising to see possibly a little areas, pockets of rotation with these storms. Come back down to this one. They're still getting lime-sized hail in the north side of St. Louis right now, as this is moving over the Mississippi River here into Illinois, and Alton, Godfrey, and Elsa, Illinois. Come down to this tornado warning, which these two storms have yet to merge, but they're getting really close to merging into one. This warning goes for another 18 minutes. We still have a little bit of rotation, not as impressive, but it has weakened quite a bit as it continues to push off to the northeast. We'll check, see if there's still a debris signature with this one. Still got a very big debris signature here as it's going through Delbridge area now and coming up on roads C and Z. You get that debris signature that goes from Delbridge over towards north of Hortontown near Sunlight. Nope, not tonight. I mean, you'll probably get some rain and storms, but nothing severe. Tomorrow, there's a chance of severe weather for that area of the. So we go to day 2. There is a slight risk of severe weather. No problem. Tell tactics to get better at COD. Tornado threat's low. There is a small chance of tornadoes for that area for tomorrow, but the main tornado threat is down the Nashville, Tennessee, Kentucky, northern Mississippi, and northern Alabama areas. Tell tactics quit being a bot. I don't even know if he's on. He must have called it early night. Yeah, he is not on. He had a short stream. He just ended about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, he said he was up to like 6 a.m. this morning. Said he couldn't sleep very well last night. We still got some rotation here just north of Hortontown, Missouri, east of Delbridge, west of Belgrade. Even on this most recent scan, it's not looking very impressive. Rotation is definitely weakened with that one. That's good. I like this storm is cutting off the fuel for that one. So that's a good sign. Let's see what that. There's still a decent debris signature here. It's not as tight, not as dark colors as you would see if there's a lot of debris in the air with this storm. So that's a good sign. It may be losing its juice with that southern storm, kind of cutting it off. It looks like it, which is what I think is about to happen, because you got this storm, the main storm here, it's a tornado, possible tornado still right here, and you got this storm cutting it off. Then you got these storms coming in as well. They're going to possibly hurt it even more. But the rotation is definitely a lot weaker. But there's still a lot of debris. So I don't know if we even have a tornado on the ground with this storm anymore. So they might not. I could see them with this storm. What I could see them doing is not extending the tornado warning, but extending a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag on it. And then eventually the tornado tag will fall off the further northeast it moves and be just a normal severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a lot of rotation left with this storm. Like I said, I think it's getting cut off from the other storms to the south and to the west of it currently. But I think this is more just debris that's falling, not actually getting still picked up from that tornado. I think once this one ends, I think I'll be calling it a night tonight. Actually, tonight chat, because I do have to get to work a little bit earlier tomorrow than I normally do this week. So there are still plenty of strong storms out there on the severe side, but not the tornado side currently. So So I think once we'll see what if they continue this tornado warning. If they continue this tornado warning here in southeast Missouri, then I'll stay on. But if they do not continue it, I'll probably stay on for just a couple minutes, kind of talk about the tomorrow's forecast a little bit, and then probably call it a night and send you guys out to someone else on here on Kick that will not be covering the weather, because no one else covers the weather here on Kick, as far as I know. That I haven't found anyone else that covers weather like I do. So, and as you know, if you've been here before, and I've been covering the weather because I started doing this 2 months ago. So appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think this warning is gonna honestly continue. Like I said, I think it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag on it. I can see the not even putting a possible tag on it because it's really, the rotation's really gone down on this storm. So there's not a lot of rotation left with this storm, as it's kind of been cut off. There's still debris signature, but I think this is more debris fallout instead of debris being lofted. Yeah, tomorrow is the day for Tennessee, for sure. I mean, that's going to possibly affect me tomorrow as well. Like, I'm in the slight risk of severe weather in the yellow up here. Like, I know you're in the enhanced risk here for Tennessee, for the enhanced risk of severe weather. And I know for the enhanced risk for tomorrow, the tornado threat is actually higher there tomorrow for that area. You got the hatch risk there here in the yellow area of a greater chance of a EF2 plus tornado tomorrow for this area. That includes Nashville, Huntsville, Memphis, Bowling Green, Tupelo, Florence, Huntsville, Fayette, Jackson, so Murfreesboro there. So, which that doesn't mean there won't be tornadoes up in Illinois or Indiana or Ohio there, or even eastern Arkansas. So, we'll see. But it looks like after tomorrow it's going to calm down, because what's going to happen, like that, what's going on is the front, the way it's set up like this. So that way all that warm, moist air can come out of the Gulf, and these storms just ride it. But it's going to shift. It's starting to shift where it's going to be like this, more like this, to where it's not going to, there'll probably still be storms over time, but it's going to quiet down for a little bit, I think, based on everything I've seen. And that warm, moist air is actually going to be out in the west, and it's going to be cooler out to the east over the next 18 to 20, like 12 to 18 days or something like that. We're going to have cooler air in this part of the country. So, I know, which obviously cooler air kind of means the 8 to 14 day. There you go. As you can see, we got the cooler air here in this area where all these severe weather's been. So you got the cooler weather, less chance of severe weather when you get cooler weather. And you got the warm ridge setting up out here in the west, and you got a bullseye over southern Illinois, southern Indiana, western Kentucky, Tennessee, southeast Arkansas, or sorry, southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas for cooler weather. So that's the 8 to 14 day forecast. And then even the 6 to 10 day forecast, same setup. So you got that ridge that's going to come up and then just drop like this. So that's why you got that cooler air coming in. You got the warmer air out west, cooler air for the eastern half of the country, which doesn't bode well for severe weather. So, and 3 to 4 week, which I don't mess with a lot because that's too far out. But you can see it's building up that heat again in the middle part of the country. So 2 weeks from now, we might have more a little over a week and a half from now, we might have more severe weather part of the middle of the country, depending on how everything sets up. But like, this is too far out for me to trust. I think that tornado warning is still there. I'm kind of surprised. It's kind of really really gotten cut off by this storm here. So I'm curious what they're going to do with this one. I don't know if they'll expand. So other than that, how's your Monday been, Richard? Have you had a good Monday, man? So, like, see, there's not really any rotation left up here in this tornado warning. So, I think there'll probably be a severe thunderstorm warning that will go with this storm, but I do not see a tornado warning coming with this storm. I'd be shocked if they continue the tornado warning further to the northeast. I see this being more of a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't even think they'll put a tornado possible tag on it, honestly. This warning expires in 6 minutes. Yeah. I'll say, you guys, that was what, about a month ago when you guys had that? Beginning of April, yeah. A little over a month and a half. Yeah, a month and a half ago then. Yeah. So, the curious thing, well, I'm curious is going to happen, because this was the main cell here that produced that tornado down here. And you got this cell coming in, cut it off, and we'll see if this is going to turn into a supercell to see if it produces a tornado. But the thing it's got to worry about is you got all this that's pushing into it here pretty quick too. So it's going to possibly lose its juice that it can feed into by itself. Cardinals are putting it on tonight, chat. They're up 9-0 now. They scored like 5 runs here in this 7th inning after the rain delay. 9-0. I do like that myself. So, yeah, it's pretty much been cut off. It's been cut off. But they obviously still have that warning up. But we'll see if I think they're going to probably continue it with a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see a tornado warning coming in with this storm. This warning does expire in 4 minutes. They did have a nice tornado, I think, on the ground not too long ago. You can really see it from the debris signature. You'll see it, that debris signature right here, that deep blue, and they had picking up a lot of debris. It's a really wooded area, part of Missouri here. So it's probably picking up a lot of branches, leaves, stuff like that. So, and this is kind of just debris fallout, stuff that's still falling out of the sky. So, as these storms continue to push off to the north and east, as it looks like it's probably going to get cut off by these storms here pretty quick, and these storms are going to crash into this one and become just a line of storms, line of showers and storms on the low-end threat of severe weather, I think, for the rest of the night, even though there is a tornado watch here for eastern Missouri and western Illinois till 3 a.m. So I do have a feeling that this warning is going to expire, which will be expiring here pretty quick. After that, I will be calling it tonight, because I kind of did go over already a forecast for tomorrow. So this is our only tornado warning currently in the United States. And our severe thunderstorm warning up here in Canada has expired way early. It went for like 2 hours. So we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings still in northwest Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail is pretty much the max for those storms. So the low-end severe thunderstorms. and they just went under the weather delay in St. Louis. And then here in southern Missouri, they do have tornado possible tag on these storms, but with 70-mile-an-hour winds, I think this will be like QLC setup where they're going to be quick, brief spin-ups with these storms. And we do have some severe thunderstorms up here north of Kansas City. The low end severe thunderstorm warning, 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This one does have a tornado possible tag, but it does expire in 2 minutes. And we still do have a severe thunderstorm way out here in central Kansas for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The storm just kind of been sitting here for a while, not really moving. So I have a feeling that storm probably end up just collapsing on itself because it's just kind of sitting over that same area. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning here, northeast Missouri and western Illinois, Quincy. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not really any hail threat with this storm. For Hannibal, Palmyra, Quincy. There is a brief area rotation near Hannibal, Missouri. That is actually a nice little area rotation with that storm. So this warning here in southeast Missouri does expire here in a minute. So I don't see them continuing that tornado warning because they would have already done it by now. Honestly, I mean, every now and then they do wait a little too long to do it, but as you can see, that storm just crashed into the other storm. They cut it off, and this storm is kind of about to get ate up by these storms back here as well. So I don't think we're going to see any rotation tornado threat with this storm anymore. There might be some strong winds with these storms, but I do not see us having more of a tornado threat. This is probably maybe one of our stronger storms here near the Hannibal area, Hannibal, Missouri. So as we got that rotation, if it tightens up a little bit, I think we could see a tornado warning issued here. But like I said, I probably will still call it a night, unfortunately, because it is 9. It's only 9:30. It's actually pretty early compared to. Hi, Mischief. I must have accidentally opened Lumia because that was weird how that just went off. Because I don't even have Lumia open. That was weird because I've had people chatting all night. Oh, it scared the hell out of me. I didn't even open Lumia, but now the chat's popping up on the screen on my one screen. So, how's your night going, Mischief? You having a good Friday night? Or sorry, Friday night. Monday night? I'm tired. Well, that's normally the alert I have go off for the first chatter of the stream, but I have that off. I have Lumia off during the weather streams. I don't have it on, so that's good. Late night interview. How's the weather for you over there? I think you all the weather stayed south of you. That's severe weather, anyways. Yeah, we still do have a little bit of rotation here in the Hannibal, Missouri. Hannibal, Missouri. Yeah, all the worst weather kind of stayed to the south. Like I said, they did allow that tornado warning to expire. They have not even issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Tulsa got it pretty good earlier this afternoon. That was before I even got home to cover this stuff because I've been live now just under 5 hours covering this. Covered a pretty good tornado. I don't even remember where now. I think it was northwest Arkansas is where that tornado was that I covered. Be right back. Oh, here we go. What are you talking about, Oogie? About to call it a night. These storms have really weakened here over the last hour, so they've weakened quite a bit. Now, we'll see how tomorrow looks. So there's currently no tornado warnings chat right now. There's some models that are forecasting some rain in the morning for the Tennessee, down in this area. We'll see if they reduce the instability in the air. So if that ends up happening, if there's rain that moves through early morning hours into the morning, that could really hurt the chances of significant severe weather. So that would, because there's some models that are showing rain moving through, that would stabilize the air, basically. So if that doesn't happen, tomorrow could be another rough day, especially in eastern Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama tomorrow. And we just had a new tornado warning issued. I'm waiting for it to pop up, chat. Give me just a second. It takes a second for it to pop up sometimes. That tornado warning is, I'm really surprised they continued this, actually. This is radar indicated. This is the one from earlier. I'm kind of surprised because there's not a lot of rotation with this one. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I could see possibly something happening down here, south of Potosi. That's the area right here. That rotation just popped up. North of Horton Town, south of Bates Creek Camp, south of Potosi. And there was just another tornado warning, which I'm not surprised about this one up here near Hannibal, as we got that rotation here just west of Hannibal, Missouri. And this is the Mississippi River, and here's Illinois. How's your night going, Oogie? Having a good Monday night, man? So yeah, that's pretty impressive looking. If this drops tornado, that's hitting Hannibal. If there's a tornado on the ground, that's going right through Hannibal, Missouri right now, about to cross into Illinois. As that tornado warning goes for 40 minutes, includes Marion County in Missouri, Pike County, and Adams County in Illinois. Which there's no confirmation whether if there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. I mean, people that would confirm it, probably no chasers in this area because it wasn't expected to really be any tornadoes in this area today. It would be local law enforcement that would confirm if there's a tornado on the ground with this storm. But it has a very good look on it for a possible tornado going through the Hannibal, Missouri area right now. Another tornado warning was just issued. I was about to go to bed, and now we got 3 of them back to back to back. So this is right here, right there. Got that rotation right here over the town of Cuba, Missouri, about to cross I-44 here, heading up towards Hofflands, Delhi, Argo, and Oak Hill area. This includes, for 39 minutes, includes Crawford County until 10:15 Central Time. So we went from no tornado warnings for just a short period of time, and I was about to go to bed, to 3 of them. Pretty quick here. So I'm excited to see you this weekend, Mischief, down in Dallas, because I think you're going correct. You're still here, Mischief? Yes. Yeah, I'm leaving Thursday afternoon and driving down there from Illinois. So I got about a 13-hour drive because the wife won't fly. I have a feeling like Sweet Cakes is going to steal my wife Friday. She's going to kidnap her. It's about a 13-hour drive for us. She's going to drive through till probably middle of Missouri, down I-44, and I'll probably drive the rest of the way. So she'll probably drive about 6 hours, and I'll drive the last 7. So as long as none of this weather is going through there Thursday, which it's not forecasted to. There's not supposed to be any bad weather on Thursday, so we'll have to deal with driving through possible tornadoes because around this time Thursday, I will probably be somewhere in this area. So So right now we have the 3 tornado warnings and 10 severe thunderstorm warnings currently, and 19 flash flood warnings. There's been a lot of flooding going on with these storms today. So this is probably our most well-defined rotation currently. Not seeing anything on the CC yet, but we might need another scan or two before we see anything if there is a tornado on the ground with this storm near Hannibal, Missouri. And then this one, you got that right here where that rotation is, just southwest of Potosi, Missouri. Yeah, you got right there. It's actually looking pretty good, actually. So, but this is a really wooded area here. So it does not appear as though there's one on the ground. Now, this up here is probably still the debris from the tornado earlier, about 30 minutes ago. And then we got the one up here for Cuba, Leesburg, and Bourbon, and I-44 here. You still got that rotation over the Cuba area. Not a strong area rotation, weak area rotation here with this one. I want to see these next couple scans to see how it goes. But you staying at a hotel or are you staying at Airbnb, Mischief? Yeah, nice to meet you again. I don't know if the wife will go to the convention on Friday because she'll probably be wore out from all that sitting in the car for that long. And I think Sweet Cakes might steal her Friday anyways. So I plan on going to the Nice. I know there's a bunch of us staying at an Airbnb together. Like I think Sarge is staying there, Tactics, Turd. There's a bunch of us. Mango, a bunch of us staying there at that one. I think we got like 18 in the house we're in. 18 to 20. It's a big house, so it sleeps 20. So yeah. So yeah, you got that rotation here on the north side of Hannibal, Missouri here. About to cross the Mississippi River. Right here is the Mississippi River. About to cross over, head towards Munger and Fall Creek. So I have a feeling I'm not going to be much sleep this weekend, especially since I'm staying at the same house with Sarge. In Atlanta, I didn't stay in the same house as Sarge, and I still didn't get much sleep because he was at the Airbnb both nights. We still got the rotation here down in southeast Missouri, southwest of Potosi, Missouri here, just south of Route 8 there. Pretty good rotation there with that one, as this area kind of was affected by a tornado not too long ago down in this area. But this rotation formed more up in this area, so didn't really hit the same area, so that's a good sign. And this rotation it's still there. It's not very strong rotation with this one. This one goes for another 34 minutes, and this one for Washington County goes for another 34 minutes as well. We'll head up here to the Hannibal tornado warning storm. It goes for another 34 minutes as well. They all go for 34 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it another 34 minutes, chat. Especially if these start to wind down and weaken a little bit. I think I might have to call it a night, unfortunately, because it is almost 10 o'clock. Like I said, I do have to get up a little bit earlier for work tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have to work. So yeah, this one, not as, like, still got that rotation. It seems to be more up here, right along the Mississippi River right here. But there's no confirmation, anything down. I'm not seeing anything still on the debris signature, the CC, so that's a good sign. So and we're not seeing a debris signature on this one, but if there was a tornado on the ground, it'd be right in this area, right in here. The rotation actually looks like it's intensified here on this most recent scan, just south of Route 8 here in southwest Potosi. So this is actually looking a little bit more threatening for a possible tornado dropping here anytime compared to the Hannibal storm further north, as Missouri is where pretty much all the action is right now. We got the severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northwest Missouri, northeast of Kansas City. We got severe thunderstorm warnings down here near east of Springfield, Missouri. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Arkansas as well. These are all low-end severe thunderstorm warnings, 3/4-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with all these storms, except for the most southern one that does have 1-inch hail. And then the Cuba storm, it's really weakened in terms of rotation. Whereas this one here is really intensified here, our last few scans. You could see that inflow wind just coming in right through here. It's causing that rotation right in there. We'll see how this one looks on this next scan. We'll get a better idea if it's producing anything. And then we're still not seeing anything on the debris signature, so that's good. But I'm hoping tomorrow's not too bad. I'm kind of actually hoping that rain happens in the morning and causes the environment to stabilize. So that will really cut down the risk of severe weather tomorrow afternoon in Dixie Alley there in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, eastern Arkansas, Tennessee, western Tennessee, and Kentucky. So if the storms, some rainstorms end up happening early in the morning, it really stabilizes the air. So it makes it harder for those storms to really get going tomorrow afternoon. I do have a lot of stuff I need to do before I leave for Dallas this weekend. So come check out this Hannibal storm, as it is now in Illinois, near just west of Fall Creek, Illinois. Here you got still a little bit of rotation here, west of Fall Creek and north of Munger, west of I-172 there in Illinois. It has now crossed the Mississippi River. So those of you on the Missouri side, you're almost out of the woods for the tornado threat. So I'd say it's on the other side of the river now. The Cuba storm, there's really no rotation left with. There's not hardly any rotation left with this storm. Doesn't mean there can't reform, but I do think that this one's pretty much not going to do anything left. I think it's just going to be your typical rain and storms, non-severe storms here with this one. So, because it's really weakened on those last few scans. That first scan or two, once that warning was issued, it did look a little impressive, but now it's not looking as impressive. Still no debris signature, so that's a good sign that there's probably not a tornado on the ground. That rotation is looking good, honestly. By the way, Mischief, if you're still here, if you do plan on streaming from DreamHack or down in Dallas, they did add a new category for DreamHack. It's DreamHack Dallas 2025, by the way. So, new category. If you know anyone that's streaming, that's going to be streaming down in Dallas, like IRL streaming, it's DreamHack Dallas 2025, new category for it. They just dropped the new category a few minutes ago. DreamHack Dallas 2025. Andrew tweeted. I think I retweeted it. Yeah, I just retweeted it. So DreamHack will have its own category again. Like I think it had it in Atlanta as well. So the rotation isn't as tight. It's more of a broader area, so that's a good sign. And like I said, we haven't really seen any debris signature pop up. I've seen a lot about that, especially Shorty Mac. Is that who? I think she uses it, if I remember right. I know she's tweeted about it quite a bit. I've thought about looking into it. Looks like there might be trying to be a little bit of debris being lofted up. Not very much though. Oh, you met the guy that owns that Loop Fast? I thought about reaching out to him about it, but I don't know. Can you like see the chat on the screen? Because I know that's like the biggest issue people have is not be able to see the chat when they're IRL streaming off with Kick. You gotta have basically you gotta have either a tablet or another phone where you can see the chat, which obviously that kind of sucks doing that. Like I know when Sarge streamed down at DreamHack when he was IRL streaming at the convention, like he had the tablet with a strap on it around his neck. He had the tablet here, and like he was holding the camera on like a selfie stick, or I would hold it for him for a while, or like Cod Whiskey was holding it for him. They did cancel the Cuba tornado warning, which I'm not surprised. There was not really any rotation with that storm, so that storm died out pretty quick. Still a little bit of rotation. I think this storm's about ready to be actually ate up by this cell here. It's pushing into this one. It's going to really cut that storm off. Nice. So there's still a little bit of rotation here with this one, but I think it's going to get cut off here pretty quick. Yeah, I thought about bringing mine. I got one of the OBSBot cameras. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's the more expensive one actually that I want it. So that was the only question I had about the Power IL is you can see the chat on the phone, but I do think at most of these storms are pretty much done in terms of tornado threat for the night. I think we may still occasionally see a brief spin up tornado here and there, but I do think we're pretty much done with our significant tornado threat for the night. Which I do have one. I have a dead phone for that. So I have one that I could use. I used it for my camera for a while for streaming, actually. Until I got this camera. Yeah, I'll say that's the way to do it, honestly, if you're able to. Yeah, I thought about streaming part of the drive down since I won't be driving at first. I thought about it, but because it wouldn't be that hard for me to do it. We still got some rotation here near Potosi, Missouri, but I do think this is really weakening up. Yeah, that was birthday Sunday. Nice. No, I almost forgot about this one. Still got some rotation up here near Payson, Illinois as well. I forgot about this storm. Shows you how tired I am. But I do think these storms are pretty much done for the night, chat. So I'm going to call it a night. It's almost 10 o'clock my time here where I live. And like I said, I do have to get up in about 7.5 hours. So it takes me a while to fall asleep some nights. So we'll see how tonight gets. See if tonight's one of those nights where I fall asleep quick or I lay in bed for 2 hours and can't fall asleep. But I'm going to call tonight. I'm going to send you guys off to someone else right now. Make sure this person is still alive. They are. So I'm going to... Actually, I want to see something else real quick. Hang on. Okay, yep. I'm going to send you to a person that's doing sip and dots. I have no clue what that even is. But I am going to call tonight. We'll see about being live tomorrow. Depends on how the weather does in the morning. So, but everyone have a great night. If I'm not on tomorrow night, the next time you'll probably see me is either if I decide to IRL stream down in Dallas, or I'm on someone else's IRL stream down in Dallas, which is entirely possible. Because especially if Sarge decides to IRL stream down there. So you all have a great rest of your night. I am going to go to bed. Good night. Be sure to say hi to this person if you're not already following them, by the way.